minutes after. So do you mind starting our meeting? Thank you and good morning.
Morning.
We do roll call.
Yep.
Yeah.
What meeting to order officially?
Oh, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Good morning, everybody. 8:30. Here we go. Roll call, please.
Mayor Daggett, Vice Mayor Aslan,
Here.
Councilmember Harris, Councilmember House, Councilmember Matthews, Councilmember McCarthy,
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Mr. McCarthy, would you lead us in the pledge?
That would be my pleasure. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The mission of the city of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all. And Mrs. Matthews, could you read our land acknowledgement? If someone else has it open, they can read it too.
Right.
That one's harder to memorize.
The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, hold the mountains sacred to indigenous people. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Clerk, please note the mayor has arrived, and Greg, I'm going to kick it over to you.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Good morning, Mayor. How are you?
Good morning. I am well. Thank you.
Yeah. And I think we should have Councilmember House joining online. Is that the expectation?
I'm thinking that might.
Okay,
She hasn't quite joined yet.
that's okay, because we're going to start off with some housekeeping matters. CJ, I know you have something to announce to the group.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. CJ Perry, your IT Director. I just kind of wanted to go over a little bit about technology in the room and kind of the order of business, especially for staff. You can see up in the ceiling here, we got this big X that's all green right now, showing that we are live and microphones are working. We have specifically tuned this room and this particular microphone to pick up everything on this half of the room. So if you see there's a kind of a center line down the center of the room, anything on that side of the center or at the center line and that way will not be picked up. So for staff, if you are going to comment to the city council, please come forward to the tables. It will not be picked up online. It will not be streamed, anything like that. But everything over here should be picked up. Please also note that these microphones are sensitive, so they pick up side conversations pretty well too. So as long as these are green, we're streaming, we're live, we're all of that. So everything on this side of the room will be picked up. So I just kind of wanted to go over that real quickly and let you all know about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CJ. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
It's good to see you all. I was thinking this morning just how many of these retreats that I've been a part of over the past few years, and by my count, I think this is like number 4. They are wonderful events. They are an opportunity for us to get together and talk about very important things that, and we do have an agenda, of course, but it's a little bit of a looking at the forest through the trees exercise. And today, of course, starts the budget process, and the forest through the trees metaphor. We will be looking at this from a very high level today. You're going to get a lot of refresher this morning, and we will keep it high level. And then, you know, as time marches on and as we progress through this budget process, and others will speak to this more eloquently this morning, but we will get more and more into the details. And it's a long journey, but strap in, and we're glad that you're here. I'm getting ready to make an introduction, but before I do, it has been brought to my attention that we have an employee in our company this morning who is celebrating her 25th anniversary Jen, do you want to stand up and we can acknowledge your wonderful. Congratulations. How you doing, Stace?
You're good. You've got that bio here.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Oh, no.
In a minute, I will introduce our wonderful facilitator. I just want to remind the group that with these retreats, we do these outside of City Hall when we can for a very deliberate purpose, and that is to bring about a little bit of neutrality, if you will, between staff, leadership, council, and have an open discussion. So even though we are live streaming and this is a public meeting, we very much want it to be interactive, engaging. It is a retreat. And so not quite as formal as our city council meetings, a couple of notches below that. That said, we do have a facilitator to help us stay on task and on time. And Jeff Kennedy, I think this is your first time facilitating this kind of retreat. Am I correct? Let me tell you about Jeff Kennedy, who also goes by Pastor Kennedy. He comes to us through Lancaster Leadership. We're excited to have his leadership today. He's a facilitator in diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. He's a specialist there. His top character traits, and forgive me from reading off the website, but that's exactly what I'm going to do. 17 years of experience as a pastor, motivational speaker, and facilitator. 25 years in the radio industry. You bring a radio voice to the table. That's good. Over 25 years in management. Experience as a linguist for the United States Air Force. Thank you for your service to our country. Jeff's background as a veteran, pastor, and diversity trainer and coach with Walmart has allowed him to see and experience the lives of others from all around the world. Coupled with his empathy for others, Jeff has made it his life's passion and mission to fight for equity for all, regardless of gender, race, religion, sexual orientation. Those are wonderful character traits and attributes. And we are so honored to have you here. Let's welcome our facilitator, Jeff Kennedy.
All right, so with that, thank you. Thank you very much, Greg. Honorable Mayor Daggett, Vice Mayor Aslan, rest of City Council, thank you very much. And everyone else in attendance, it's a privilege to be here with you this morning. And so I don't take that lightly. I don't take any opportunity to engage with people from all different backgrounds. It is what we should do. And so when we talk about a lifelong mission to find ways to embrace people, their differences, their cultures, their age, their gender, we've made that way harder than it needs to be. You know, I was talking to someone this morning, and it's that idea of, you know, the golden rule, treat people the way we'd like to be treated. Shouldn't be complicated, right? Should be really easy. So I'm going to tell you the reason why I didn't come to the podium is because normally if I step over here and I'm at a podium, then I'm going to start preaching. So we're not going to do that this morning. I'll go over the agenda in just a few moments, but I want to remind everyone that we're here today to be productive. And I want to make sure that everyone stays in touch and engaged. So if you don't mind, I want to take a few minutes to do just a little exercise. I know this is a formal, informal meeting. So, and we're only going to do this for about 5 minutes, but I actually want you to look around the room, okay? Find someone in the room that you don't know well. So it can't be one of your direct reports. Find someone in the room that you don't know well, take a notepad with you, and I want you to walk up to that person and I want you to begin to engage with them. Here's what I want you to discuss. I want you to discuss your similarities or your differences or a combination of the two. And I want you to write down as many of those as you possibly can. Does that sound good for everybody? Ready, go.
Just one person.
Just one person. If there's somebody left out, then get in a group with a couple other people. Someone you don't know well.
So, similarities, boards, that makes it easy. City of Random Tree.
This is so.
No, but I.
No, I think I have. Yeah, no, I'm like. My mother is 100%. Chicago.
Okay, just about another 1 minute.
Oh, really? Oh, everything.
But I wasn't very athletic.
Did you really?
30 seconds.
Yeah, I was with the team. I don't recognize this. That's one-on-one now.
Okay, time's up. Time's up. Very good, very good. If we, time's up, if we could all kind of back to our seats.
You tried today. Face your page.
So that I can't do.
Very, very good. I kind of want to keep moving. So in a second, I'm going to ask one or two people to share, but so who thinks they have the longest list? Who has a pretty long list? Wrote down plenty of stuff. Anyone? You've got a pretty long list? Okay, do you mind? And you guys, thank you for participating. That was kind of fun, wasn't it?
Yes.
Got to know something about someone that you didn't know. So, Councilmember Lori Matthews, would you share with us?
Yes, well, I decided to interview 3 people.
Please?
Yeah, Sarah and Scott, I stayed with the S's. Found out some really trashy stuff about Scott and Sarah.
Share.
Yet, in eighth grade, there's a little bit of differences of interpretation. One was the dance. Others was a music school camp. I'm not sure who to believe, but Sarah seemed to be a little defensive about trying to stick with that story. I'm going to believe Scott. Sam met the two of them around 2019. He's been in public works through the county and then the city. They all love my bread, even if they haven't had a chance to eat it yet. I was a little concerned because I'm an avid horse lover. Scott doesn't mind them. Sarah said they kick and bite and she would not be around them. Sarah and I have a very common similarity that we're both into housing, and we share that. So that was the group summary interpretation.
Okay, very good. How about Sharon? Good. I think we have time for one more. Who else would like to share? So, okay, very good. Thank you.
I got to know Paul Santana better. In our IT department, we have several similarities. We're both family men, love sushi, love music. Differences, he's IT, I'm anything but. And he's Dallas, I'm Niners, and I cheer for anybody that plays Dallas.
Yeah. Right. Thank you, guys. Thank you for sharing. So the thing, boo. All right, hold on. That's not where this was going, okay? I knew that eventually our sports team, like love and affiliation would come up, and that was supposed to not be on the table. So the bottom line is when we get groups like this, you realize that sometimes you work with people pretty closely every day and you really don't ever get to know them. You don't dig in. You don't ask those probing questions that allow us to know something a little bit more intimate about their life. And it's not that we're trying to get all up in people's business, but the more that I know you, the more that I can appreciate you, the more that I know you. See, because here's the point. You matter. I matter. You matter. I have this really ridiculous cliche that I use that there is no we without me, but there is no us without you. And so what that means is what's important to you may not even be on my radar, but you're important to me. So therefore, what's important to you is important to me. Does that make sense? So I just wanted to start there because it's important that, yes, we acknowledge those differences, but what we're going to find is we're more similar than different. Maya Angelou said that human beings are more alike than we are unalike. And the minute we begin to understand just the slightest part of that, we recognize ourselves as family. Can we all agree on that today? Fantastic. All right, let's get started. So there's going to be a couple ground rules. We do have an agenda for today. We're going to go ahead and put that agenda up on the screen. I'm not going to go through it line by line because you'll be able to see it. But for everyone who comes up to present, I just want to let you know that at the 5-minute mark, we're going to pretty much try to stay on task. 5-minute mark, I'll probably just subtly stand up and maybe go over there and start fidgeting and whatnot. At the 2-minute mark, I'm going to get over there by the door where you can see me. Okay. And if you're out of time, I'll probably just try to subtly remind you that you're out of time, give you a 30-second countdown. I probably will interrupt you and say, hey, let's wrap up in 30 minutes. And if it's one of those items that we believe needs a little bit more discussion, just let me know and we'll allow for a little bit of extra time for that. Fair enough? All right, very good. Let's go ahead and get started. First up this morning, we are going to have our budget introduction, and Heidi Derryberry and Brandy Suda. I hope I said that right. I asked for everyone's pronunciation, so if I butcher anyone's name, I just kind of do that. So just let me know subtly and I'll make sure that I try to get it right from here on out. All right, let's lots of engagement. I'm going to ask you for hand claps or high fives often today. So
Good.
All right. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff. Heidi Derryberry, the city's Assistant Finance Director. I'm here just to kick us off very briefly with some budget introduction. Since we're not a new council this year, you heard a lot of this last year, but just like to remind everyone. First of all, here is our lovely budget team that is now outgrowing one slide. This team has grown. When I started 8 years ago, I think there was 7 of us on the team, and now we're up to, I believe, 12. Just wanted to share with everybody. Team is just a quick reminder of what the process is. We're here today for our first budget retreat. That happens every year in the December, January timeframe, depending on if we have new council members or not. After this retreat, staff is going to be busy putting together their budget needs, their requests, preparing capital programs, all of that over the next couple of months. We will also have another retreat in February where we will be back for a 2-day retreat with council to really start diving into what our revenues are looking like, what our capacities, what our direction is. And then after that, budget team, we enjoy a 3-week period where we spend 3 straight weeks with everybody from all the divisions in the city to go over all their requests and needs. And outside of that comes the city manager's proposed budget, which we will bring back to council in April. So after we have that 2-day retreat in April, we work in finance to put together the budget to bring it back to council for adoption in June, along with property tax levies if appropriate. And then July 1st, we will be implementing the next budget. So I know that's a quick 2-minute slide, but it takes us about 6 months to get there. So just a recap of those main dates. Today is our kickoff retreat. The next retreat is February 1st and 2nd. And then the retreat after that is April 25th and 26th, where we will be bringing the city manager's recommended budget. And then June 4th is the tentative adoption, and June 18th is the final budget adoption and the first read of property tax. And July 2nd will be the final read. So that's just a very quick overview of our timeline. And now Brandy is going to come share with you a few slides on the color of money.
Thank you, Heidi. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Brandy Suda, the city's finance director. So this is a similar presentation to what you saw last year, but just as a nice reminder, the city has numerous funds with the city, and we have numerous revenue sources. And so in order to track all that stuff, we call that fund accounting. All governments need to track their different resources with funds, and we refer to that as our color of money to help us understand that with the numerous revenue resources, we have many restrictions on how we can spend that money. So the city currently has over 50 different funds that segregates those revenue expenditures to ensure compliance with the restrictions and accounting standards. In many instances, the revenues from one fund cannot be used to pay for expenses in another fund unless they meet that requirement. So we have 5 different fund types that I'm going to touch on. First, we have special revenue funds, enterprise funds, capital project funds, debt service funds, and then lastly, the general fund, which in our retreats, we tend to spend the majority of our time discussing. Special revenue funds. So these are funds that account for revenues derived from a very specific tax or other earmarked revenue source. Usually those revenues are usually restricted by either a statute, a charter provision, or an ordinance to fund a particular function or activity. So here is a list of many of the city's special revenue funds. We have a housing and community services fund. This is where we have our CDBG grant. This is where we fund a lot of our housing projects out of this fund. We have a library fund. This is funded with 2 different revenue sources, a secondary property tax that is adopted by the county, as well as just general fund transfer to help support the city libraries. We have our highway user revenue fund, or HERF, which is a gasoline tax. We get a proportionate share of gasoline sales from the state. We have our transportation tax, which is our a city sales tax at that 1.281. And that is broken out into 4 different funds within that transportation tax. So we have transit, we have our road repair, street safety, our Lone Tree overpass, as well as our transportation improvements tax. We also have our food and beverage tax, or our BBB tax, which is that 2%. And that tax is then broken up into 5 other different funds. 20% goes to beautification. We have economic development at 9.5%, tourism at 30%, arts and science at 7.5%, and recreation at 33%. We also have our park flag, which is our parking fees downtown fund that funds that operation. And then we have our water resource and infrastructure protection fund. So that's our wildland fire operations to protect our water resources and infrastructure. Moving on, we also have our enterprise funds. So these are usually user fees, and there's ordinances that restrict their use. So this is kind of most of our fees that are enterprise funds are on our municipal services bill, such as water, wastewater, trash charges. We also have funds that are funded through rent, specifically the Housing Authority has several rents as well as grants, and our airport leases and fees fund our airport. So these funds include water, wastewater, reclaimed water, stormwater, solid waste, sustainability and the environmental management fund, airport, and our Housing Authority.
Randy, thanks. A couple nights ago at council meeting, we had discussion about the utility billing, and specifically questions were asked about a couple of these fees. And I don't know that we need to get into a lot of detail here, but I'm wondering if you can spend a little bit of time talking about the sustainability and environmental management, and then on the previous slide, the wildland watershed protection program. Yeah, that'd be great.
So, on our municipal service bill, and I'm going to probably have Rick help if I stumble through this or you have questions that I'm not able to answer completely, but we have our water, our wastewater, our stormwater. You will have a solid waste for the trash and recycling. You will have a sustainability fee, which is a percentage of all the other fees, and that is used to support our sustainability and environmental management fund. So we're, funding things like the food waste. I know Nicole could probably jump in and provide better details on some of those, but all of those sustainability activities that division supports. And then on the previous slide, we have our water resource and infrastructure protection fee. And that's probably one of our more newer fees that we adopted a few years ago. And this really funds the wildland portion of our fire operations. So this is forest thinning. We have several FTEs dedicated to that operation. We also supplement this fee with lots of grants to do that forest thinning to protect our watershed and water resources and other infrastructure.
Does
that help?
Yeah, it does. And for council's benefit, this is not the end of this discussion. We will bring it back to the dais, I think, probably in the context of the water rate study, but we'll make sure that we have a very thorough presentation about all these ancillary fees that were bringing about some questions the other night. Just wanted to touch on it now, if that's okay.
Moving on from enterprise funds, we also have capital project funds. And so capital project funds are used to account for major capital projects or acquisitions, separate from the operations of. So usually these capital projects are funded with a third party restricted. So it could be our voter approved bonds, our GEO bonds, a grant, or other third party fees that are restricted. This is also where we have our general obligation bond projects. Current active GEO bond projects include what's an open space land acquisition fund. We have our watershed protection bond that we're wrapping up, as well as the new Proposition 441 and 442 for infrastructure and housing. We also have our USGS capital expansion. And one of our other newer funds is related to Downtown Mile with that large grant that we secured. Next is our debt service fund. So we use debt service funds to accumulate resources to pay the principal interest on long-term debt. We currently have 2 funds for that. Again, they are restricted funds. We have our GEO bond fund, so that pays our GEO bond projects back through debt service, and that is funded with our secondary property tax, as well as we have our pension bond fund. So this is where we pay the debt service on those bonds that we issued to fund our PSPRS bond. Most of the funds that come in from here are from general fund, the Water Resource and Protection Fund, and the airport transfers money in to pay those debt services. But this is also where we have our contingency reserve for if we need to dip into that should we go below 100% funded in that pension. And lastly, we have the general fund, which essentially accounts for everything else that I didn't talk about earlier. So traditional services, so this is where police, fire, management services, administrative services, pros, and so forth, just to name a few. So in other words, it is everything else. The major revenue sources for the general fund include the 1% city sales tax, our franchise taxes, our primary property tax, our state shared revenues, which include sales, income, and vehicle license tax. We have licensing and fees, so this is where our building permits get charged, coded to, fines and forfeitures, and then user fees. So charges for services for those funds that are those activities that are funded within the general fund. So community development, recreation, police, fire, cemetery, etc. Includes my presentation on color of money. Any questions?
And I'm assuming that we'll get to this, and maybe this might be getting into the weeds a little bit. HERF. We start to get more electric cars. What's going to happen to those revenues that we lose from gasoline? I mean, how are we going to make that up? I guess. Are we going to talk about that at some point?
We're not going to talk about that today. That is probably bigger than just the city, right? This is a statewide issue that we're going to have to resolve, as that tax is a % per gallon cost that we receive. So we do see very limited growth as well as a decline in the out years for this fund. And it does fund the majority of our operations and maintenance.
Start thinking about that at some point.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will then turn it over to Rick Tatter to talk about revenue updates.
Thanks, Brandy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brandy.
I was a soccer player all the way up through junior college.
Just had a lot of fun with that, didn't you?
Vice Mayor Austin was more about individual sports like track and field.
There you go.
Something we learned. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Rick Tatter, your Management Service Director and City Treasurer. So we're going to go through a revenue update for you this morning. This is more about providing you where we ended the fiscal year 2022-23, as we wrap it up and get you kind of a insight to what's coming up in the current fiscal year. In February, we'll do a more deeper dive as far as our projections and more information on economy and that kind of stuff. So we'll just set the stage of how we ended the year primarily. First off, talking about general fund sales tax. I know Vice Mayor Austin is not a spreadsheet person, he's told me. Something we've also learned.
Here's a spreadsheet.
So here's a nice busy spreadsheet. Here, as we finish the April retreat and continue to look at our sales tax revenues, we did see declines in the months of April and May, by about 5% per month. So that was an indicator that, was similar to what the talk was in the economy about maybe a slowdown and a recession. However, June picked up again, which was great. June picked up and we ended the year about 4% over our budgeted numbers, which is great. We projected about right around 3%. So we were pretty close in line with our revenue projections and sales tax last year, about $130,000 over what we projected. So kudos, we got close on that number. Beginning the current fiscal year, looking forward, we did see some declines over the first 4 months of revenues, about 4%. However, there's always a clause to this one. We've seen some big adjustments in our use tax, refunds going out to customers because they overpaid a use tax. Without that adjustment, we're actually at about a 2% over prior year, which is good. That's a good spot to be. As you may remember in April at the budget retreat, we were projecting a recession, about a 3% decline. So we have built in capacity and we looked at that recession consideration. We may not be seeing a recession, which is great, but these numbers are looking good at this point for us. Our state shared revenues, similar in our state shared sales tax, saw some declines April, May, but a good rebound in June. It ended above our projections. Our state shared income tax, we already knew those numbers because those are based on prior year collections. So those hit our mark projections. And then our auto lieu, our vehicle registration tax did well in the last few months. Overall, our state shared revenues were about $530,000 over our projections. So good resources there, one-time resources. On the sales tax side for the state, the first 2 months of this fiscal year were good. The second 2 months were not so good. So there's a balance that's going on at the state level. And we've heard some updates from JLBC that they're concerned that they won't meet their revenue projections at the state for some of their revenues. Retail sales is one of their bigger ones. But remember, we don't always take their numbers for granted and put those in our budget. So we do be a little more conservative than what their estimates. I think they really project too high. And we've seen that in the past. Our income tax is one that we're watching. And I put some notes here on this slide about our concerns. The state has brought this up in their presentation, JLBC's presentation. Let me see if I can find my page here. This is one we're going to really watch and see how this impacts our revenues. This is a shared revenue, but at the state level, they have seen missing projections that they had by a substantial amount over this last year. And how they ended June of 2023 is what we'll see in our state shared revenues for 2025, so next fiscal year. Knowing that and seeing how they close the year, we really do see that we'll have about less than $1 million less revenues from our state shared income tax next fiscal year. But we'll see how it rebounds in the following year. We're also hearing things about wage growth and such, which I think will help that rebound over the next years after current year and so forth. But we need a little more time to dig through that data. Some of the things that caused this was how they changed their withholding rates, how people can reduce how much they withhold from their checks on a paycheck basis. That reduces how much they bring in on a monthly basis based on wages. So that was one of the indicators that they say. Now, whether people still pay higher taxes or what have you, it's still that side to see. We'll know more as we come through. So, and having strong growth coming out of that, I think is important. We've heard from some economists about job growth and income growth, personal income growth. That can help us weather through that. So We'll know more in February. We'll be able to adjust that. But remember, we have several revenues in our general fund to balance through. This is only a portion of what we have. So we're hoping we can balance this with other revenue growth and be okay as we come into February. A couple other funds, highway user fund. This is one that we do watch. We do have the concern about the gas tax and electric vehicles, and it is a statewide issue and an issue with our funds. But this is just a recap how they ended the fiscal. As you'll see on this chart, we see our trends. It's a moderate growth year over year. Of course, the recession year, we saw it kind of flatten out and then grow again. But our year-end projections were slightly above what we had in April at our retreat and what we adopted by about 100,000. So we ended well. Again, we built a recession kind of model into these revenues. Hopefully that doesn't occur, but we projected a decline in revenues to 9.2. If a recession doesn't hit, people keep moving around the state. I think we'll still manage a flat or small increase here. Our BBB tax. Here is a little more up and down than the highway user one was. We see good growth year after year with the BBB taxes. It's the years of recession that we do recognize that people kind of clamp down on maybe their travel, their hotel stays and moving around. And that was quite an impact during COVID in 2022 and part of 2021 fiscal years. But the rebound was incredible. Good work from our tourism team and getting the word out, getting people knowing that we're a safe community. Our rebound in revenues here were just astonishing. But it also shows it just really brought it back along the trend line of where we were heading, excluding that dip. So good work there. Our year-end projections did exceed where we had year-end actuals exceed our projections, which is good news. And again, if we don't have that recession period, we could see those continue to moderately grow or even higher. So good news with those revenues. The next couple slides are about recession planning, but I just want to give a couple notes on economy, which leads into these conversations. Last spring, we were talking about a mild recession potentially. We are preparing and planning based on that to make sure we're prepared for matching the revenues. But right now, we're not seeing concerns of a recession like we did back in last February and April, which is great news. We're hearing mixed views on recessions between no recession or very mild. I think I'm on the side of no recession, and members of the budget team are like, yeah, we don't see this happening. We've heard from NAU, we went to their economic outlook, and they're like, no, really don't see a recession coming. I recently looked through the University of Arizona Eller College of Management and their presentation and discussion. They're not looking at a recession, but they're seeing us setting up for a good year the year after, maybe a little slower this year, but the year after they are seeing growth. So I think the economy is looking pretty good on our behalfs. There's some of those state share revenues we gotta watch, especially those income taxes. But we'll continue to monitor that over the next couple of months, and in February, hope to give you a good update and good news at that time of where we're heading. Yes.
Very encouraging news. As you, and I know we've chatted about this at the budget team, but as we talk about the possibilities of recession, and things certainly have improved now from earlier in the year, especially you're looking at like PNP, and that's the source of my question. I'm wondering if you can comment. You look at a lot of indicators, and you've walked us through a few of those. How much weight do we give to gross national product?
Well, I have to do more research on that one specific. I don't have a whole lot there. I think part of the issues we have in our economy is the inflation over the last couple of years. One of our things that impacts more on our expenditure side, not necessarily our revenue side, but that does, tighten up it increases our expenditures. And that's where we see a little struggle in some of our funds in the Flagstaff. So seeing the inflation kind of bring down, I'd like seeing that. We can't maintain at those levels. Hearing that the feds may actually reduce interest rates next year will also add to our economy likely as people see lower cost of financing and so forth. So those are the kind of things I kind of look at. So this is system plans. This is just an informational thing. I currently don't see us implementing it this year. I hope and see that this is not something we need next year, but things happen. Times change. And this is really just an overlay of our adopted budget and things we can do should events happen that cause us to go in recession or loss of revenues. It's always good to keep this in mind. We have this in our back pocket so we can project our revenues confidently, but have something ready for those events. Really, this is more focused, recession plans more focused on the operation costs, those ongoing resources and managing those during recession versus the capital improvement projects, which those you can adjust over the next 5 years, but you still want to continue to deliver capital projects in our local business, our local economy, because it does help maintain our fiscal health. Keeping people employed. So you always want to keep those CIP and those capital projects going. So it's kind of a mix of trying to maintain your level of services while reducing maybe some of your operating expenses. And how you invest your dollars during these times are important too. Like I said, investing in capital improvement projects, it's important. We have the cash. Let's keep these going, as well as promoting our city as a place to be, our tourism. Maybe adding more monies to that and bringing in people to our economy is always a positive way to spend money during a recessionary period. So this is just a reminder. We have this chart we've used before. You've seen it a couple of times, and it talks about the stages we go through in our economic recession plan. Starting from our minor, which is just kind of maybe keeping some job opens and that kind of stuff, all the way to a crisis. We come to you once we get to that significant level. When we really see a significant decline in our resources, we'll come to council, we'll talk to you about it, and we'll ask you to move to that level. And then getting out of that is also a conversation with council. But I'm not going to go through all these bullets today. And that ends my presentation. I'm ready for any questions. Or none questions. Except for you.
Yeah. I ask a lot of questions and in part the questions are, and also in part, they're intended to like prompt a little bit of discussion. All right. I saw implementation of this recession plan a couple of years ago, and I'm wondering, for the benefit of this council, it would be instructive to know how it worked and how far into it we went. I know it was a short-lived thing, but it was right. So
that's great. Team Flagstaff really stepped up when this recession plan went into effect, and we started with the minor level in what it was, March, April of 2020. The team stepped up. They curbed expenses. We held some positions open. And in that short period from April to June, I think we saved over $3 million of resources, which really helps us position our funds and maintain within the revenues. We continued in this level. We actually moved up to significant and talked to council around, I think, the June timeframe, because we did see those declines. And so we went through, we adopted a regular budget, but we had this layer that we implemented. We started this in June, I believe. So again, Team Flagstaff stepped up. There was some difficult conversations. Still try to maintain the critical services, public safety, and those kind of things, but more curbing expenditures. And again, Team Flagstaff, the divisions and the city understood that, and they really did curb where we were spending monies. Maintaining capital projects was critical. We kept going there. tourism activity. We kept doing that with, they benefited. And we came out, I think, in January of the following year, because we did see revenue starting to build up. It was a quick recession. You know, it was one of these check mark kind of things. So we did have value from that, but we were ready and prepared.
Yeah.
In the year when this started and
So it started in March is when COVID shut us down, 2020. April is when we did the recession plan. And the recession was only a short-lived one, but our revenues did take impacts. So it was fiscal year 2020 plus part of fiscal year 2021.
Are we still catching up in terms of hiring?
Oh, we'll talk about that in a little bit, I believe. It's a tough market to get positions filled. We're ready to hire them. It's just a matter of filling them.
But we're still down in terms of where we would like to be employee wise.
Because of vacancies. We've been growing our available staffing. We've had the resource to, but yeah, it's just a matter of recruiting and filling those. Yeah.
And this probably ties into that, but I think you shared with us this before, but I just don't remember. The upcoming aging use. What's the impact to the city's budget to that? I know in other agencies that I'm on the board with, it's small agency was gonna be like over $100,000. So is that impacting us as much, you know, through compression or?
I have to phone a friend on some of these numbers, but when we built the budget for the current year, we based it on what we saw coming up and what the trends were for CIP. And we actually went aggressively to increase our entry level pay in our pay plans. And I can't remember the number we went to. We went to $18, which is today is higher than what today's minimum wage is, even with the January implementation. So we're above. We'll look at this also as we go into next fiscal year to make sure we maintain staying above for the city. I cannot remember the cost of doing that. I don't have that off the top of my head. But if you want that, we could look at the last retreats and get
It
that.
just brought back to my current memory when Sam mentioned on Tuesday that we're at about a 50% vacancy in our roads, streets, staff for snowplow and stuff because it's just for $20 an hour versus, you know, 2 a.m., 18-degree blizzard. You know, I pick washing dishes, you know, so you know, that's a challenge. You know, so.
Yeah. It's not just about minimum wage. It's about trying to get the competitive wage against what other employers are giving. It's trying to compete and be in the market more than just minimum wage.
Exactly.
Yeah, and we'll talk. I think we'll talk more about those kind of things.
Yeah, it's a very good question, and tying the two comments or questions together, yours and the mayor's. I mean, it probably will be touched upon in our recruitment discussion. But specific to your comment, a couple years ago when we made a big adjustment for the minimum wage, I think we eliminated like 2 or 3 pay classifications that were all of a sudden no longer applicable. They were below the wage. That is the compression you're speaking of, because then everything was compressed in the next category. So we had to make what I would call a ripple effect adjustments going up the pay scale. Pardon me, I don't have those numbers. I do know that they were significant, and we chatted about it with council at the time, but that's probably the most tangible effect of what we've seen through those minimum wage adjustments.
Was first on council, he did not have a recession plan. Mr. Clifton brought that in, his team, of course. Greg, I just want to compliment you for doing that. And it turned out we needed it like within a year. So anyway, your foresight is really appreciated.
Well, thank you. You complimented me on this last year, and I just want you to know that you can continue to compliment me in the future. Be okay with that. But to be fair, the recession plan that we have in place, it looks a lot like what we did in another municipality, and it's field tested. This recession plan was utilized. It's not identical, of course. This is very much a Flagstaff plan, but it was applied during the Great Recession with some success. Unfortunately, many of our communities would have seen major or even crisis levels because the Great Recession had that much of a bite. But it's a good plan, and thank you for your comment.
So when you're preparing the budget, the agenda for next year, could you put an item on there where Jim McCarthy complimented?
Yeah, we do.
Time flies.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Heidi, and thank you, Rick.
How's everybody doing so far? Because we had originally scheduled in a break right about now. Is everybody doing okay? You need like a minute to stand up and stretch and, do any of that stuff? Yes, the hokey pokey. So if you need, seriously, everyone, instead of putting a break in right now, if you feel like you need to, just kind of everyone stand up, get a good stretch, because I know council was up really late on Tuesday, right? It's so maybe perhaps you guys need a little moment, like take a couple deep breaths. And then what we'll do is we'll keep going with the next item on the agenda, but I'm going to give you guys like 90 seconds here just to kind of stand up and stretch or whatever you need to do. I got to stand up, so I know I needed to stretch, so that's why I'm giving you a chance. All right, very, very good. While you guys are stretching, we'll have a place for public comments. We're moving along pretty well. So every minute that we save, we'll add to the public comments area, which we'll do probably a little bit before lunch. So I can get everyone to quickly move back to your seat, because remember that stretch was instead of a full 15-minute break. So try to stay on task here if we could. Amazing when you ask people to stand up and stretch, like nobody gets up at first. Of course, McCarthy, he went through like a full stretch, full on leg, shook some stuff out. So everybody feeling okay? All right, let's move on. So we're going to move on to our priority-based budget, and that's going to be with Chris Rohde.
Let's hear it. Okay, excellent. Morning, Mayor, members of council. For the record, facility management analyst. Affairs. For the last 2.5 years or so, I've kind of been the person spearheading the priority-based budgeting program, and many of you have seen this same presentation a couple times from me now. So this is kind of a refresher of what PBB is and how we're using it to understand and direct city funds. I'm budgeted for half an hour. I don't think I'm going to go that long, but if you have questions, I'm happy to answer those at the end. There are some updates this year because we've gone through a new process over the last year of updating our system a little bit. So first I want to talk about what priority-based budgeting is. It was put into place right before the COVID-19 pandemic hit, and it was done so with three initial goals. First one is to help us make decisions on how to spend city funds. So to use data, objective metrics that we can use to guide where we allocate city funds to. Second one is it allows us to explain where those funds go in a way that the public can understand a little bit better, which creates a level of transparency and engages the public with the process, which the public has been very receptive to. The third one is that it allows us to align our budget with the priorities of the community. So by explaining it well to the community and getting their feedback to build the whole system, our funds are more easily allocated towards the areas that are priorities for the citizens. And I'm going to try to use these words correctly here because there's priorities and objectives have specific meanings in PBB. So when I'm talking about the broad topic, I'm going to use the word goals just because that does not appear anywhere in PBB's language. So just to avoid any confusion with the specific meanings priorities and objectives mean in PBB. Essentially, the way PBB works is that everything the city does, whether it's a service we provide or a program we offer to the public, that becomes a program in PBB. So street repair is a program. Airport firefighting is a program. Our new CARES unit is a program. It's a different way of thinking about it compared to traditional line item budgeting, where you might say, oh, the Parks Department is spending X amount of dollars on salaries for its employees or office supplies or whatever. That doesn't really tell you what we're doing with that money. So instead, we look at it from where is the money going and what are we providing to the public with that money? So that's kind of just a different way of organizing. Then all of those individual PPP programs, and we have several hundred of them. I think it's like 400 or 500 programs on that lines. I've been digging deep into those the last few weeks. Every single one of those is scored against our priorities and objectives, which are the specific terms we use for the 7 overarching priorities of the city. So broad topics, and the 6 or so objectives that fall into each of those priorities, which are the specific ways you can meet those. This allows us to tell which programs are serving more or are forwarding or advancing more of those priorities and objectives versus other ones, and which ones are hitting them more directly, if you will, because some programs will touch on things a little bit, but won't be really advancing them. So we can score them and see which ones they're hitting and how much they're hitting. As of right now, we do not use grants or capital in this system. So all of the capital work you see with street repair and that kind of thing, or the spruce wash project, those are not in PBB. And the priorities and objectives themselves were created through a process that involved you all and the public. We actually went through it again this summer, and I'll explain a little bit about that here in a minute. Here's our timeline of how we started. We began in summer of 2019. That's when we began this journey. We came to council in fall of that year to get an initial set of priorities and objectives. Then we had scheduled to do our initial outreach in summer of 2020, and boy, that was a rough time to have done that. Luckily, we were able to go through it again this year, but our first set of priorities and objectives just did not have the level of public outreach that we had hoped because of the timing. It was just at that time, it was more than we did. City Council approved the initial set of priorities and objectives in November of 2020. We've been using those up until now. And this year we came to you in June with a plan to refresh those. We went back to the community. We decided to keep the initial 7 priorities. We made a few changes to some grammar because we discovered that some of them used commas, some used and. So we just made all those the same so that they were grammatically correct, but didn't change any substance to them. And then we went to the public and asked them what was important to them. What objectives did they want to see underneath those priorities and objectives? And they gave us a lot of feedback. We made changes all throughout the table of priorities and of objectives. All 7 priorities, and most objectives saw some kind of a change, whether it was a technical correction or a small change that had a big effect to include new programs or new initiatives in the city. Then just a little bit ago, you all approved those. I was thinking, I saw fall and I was like, it's not winter already. It is already winter. Yes, Councilwoman Harris.
And I'm not asking us to go back and redo this. I'm just asking us to think about this. As we know, some folks are more involved in community outreach and engagement than others. But we know that all of us live here in the city and all of this affects us. So how do we feel about the engagement of a wide spectrum of our population?
We really cast a broad net with our outreach this year, and we had a survey that was accessible online in 2 different languages that allowed people to give feedback where they wanted to and only where they wanted to, because asking for feedback on everything was overly cumbersome. We saw a lot of engagement with that. We saw almost 100 submissions, and most of those did touch on a lot of aspects of the program. We had 2 different events where people could, 3 really, we tagged along with community development on one as well. It's their event, but we were also there, that allowed people to come to us and tell us exactly what they wanted. And then we were around the community at other passive events that were already scheduled. We were the concert in the park, I think, was a huge success. We had a lot of engagement, especially from the youth at those ones. They came up, were able to tell us what they thought was important in our city. We talked to the parents. We were at farmers markets. We were at the mall. We were at the J Lively as well. We were all over the community. And at the end of it, we decided not to collect demographic data on this, which we had a conversation about, but we decided that would be, for some people, it would be a barrier not to give us their feedback. And instead, we decided that we could go through and look for the diversity of opinions in there and pick out which ones we thought were the most workable and there was the most consensus amongst the community. So just because one person had an idea doesn't mean it got incorporated. But when we saw things again and again and again, that was a good indication that it was time for us to include that. And when we had seen those at different kinds of events and through different mediums, those are ones that we got higher priorities that we took. We kind of gave a bit more weight to as we incorporated those.
We feel pretty good about the demographic diversity in
I would
outreach.
I would say so. We were not sure how it would go. We actually added the J Lively event because we wanted to. We were concerned that we weren't going to have enough outreach to the youth in the community. And then the music in the parks, the concert in the park series ended up doing a lot more than we expected. And actually our J Lively event ended up being kind of cut short. There was actually and folks ended up filtering out because of that. It was kind of unfortunate, but made up for it with the outreach we had at the concerts in the park. And we were in different places in the community. So people that were at one on the east side were able to talk to us. Ones on the west side were able to talk to us. We went to a variety of income levels. I think we did a very good job of approaching the breadth of the city. And I can't promise that every single person that would have been interested got their feedback through. I don't think that'll ever be the case in outreach, but as it was concluding, I felt very good about it. So that's what I can report to you.
May not be right timing for this question, but you mentioned at the beginning that obviously grants that capital were not scored, that are not scored in the PBB. But capital improvement projects, if I'm using that same term, that does kind of advance some of our priorities.
It does. And there are some capital projects. Our capital budget is not in there. So if it comes out of the general fund or an enterprise fund, those kind of things, it's included. But the ones that are the 5-year capital outlay that are big projects that happen once, those ones are not. So like Lone Tree Overpass would not be in this. Spruce Wash would not be in this. But chip sealing isn't. Snow removal is yeah. So that's the distinction. We want to get there with it. As we advance and continue to use this tool, we hope to use that in the future. We're just not there yet. All right. And then, as I mentioned, just it's November now. So November last month, you approved the new priorities and objectives, and those are now being used. We just are reading that process here in the last few weeks, and they'll be used for the next few years until we decide to do this process again in probably 3 or 4 years. Here are the key community priorities. We updated our graphic a little bit as well, so the colors are a little more bold, maybe aligned just a little more intuitively with the individual topics. Again, there's no substantial changes here, but we just made the wording consistent. So for example, sustainable and innovative infrastructure used to be sustainable, innovative infrastructure, while we had safe and healthy community and inclusive. We had actually an ampersand in one and an and. So we just made that all consistent, so it made sense across them. But no changes were made substantial to those. They're all the same thing. We also have our new objectives. This may be hard to kind of a hard slide to read, and I don't expect you to read all. What is that? 35 or so of those.
Rick Tatter is reading all of it.
If you want us to get up here and read them one by one, we can do that too. But we updated, we had an opportunity to update our graphic a little bit as well. So we did a few small things. This is a public facing document as well. So we separated, it's kind of small, but we put a little line to separate high performing governance from leader 6, because that one is treated differently. That looks at government and programs that are meant to sustain and serve our organization internally rather than the community externally. So we kind of separated that one from leader 6 and then put a little banner at the top that shows that the others, the 6 on the right are your community programs, that all the things the public interacts with will fall in that the right 6 columns, and then the finance and the IT and management services and all that kind of stuff will fall in the single column on the left. So we just tried to make that a little bit more intuitive without making it too busy. And it was an area that we had a chance just to make it a little bit clear that may be helpful. The other exciting thing this year is we added a 3rd page to this. We added a definition section, and I think this was a huge benefit. There were a lot of terms in our objectives that either folks didn't know them or they could mean different things in different contexts. So we took, I think it's a dozen of them or so, that the community gave us feedback on, that they didn't know what it meant, or what are you doing with this, or does this mean this or this? And we decided we're just going to go ahead and define that for you. So internally, we're all reading from the same book. We know what each term means, and the community knows what we're talking about when we use some of these terms. And that's actually been very, very helpful, I've found, as we're going through and doing our scoring right now, which I'll talk about here in a second. Our annual process, we go through this every year. We begin it in the fall, we get through the spring, and we hit the refresh button, and we do it again. It begins with every division in the city has to review its program inventories. We ask them to look at all of the programs that lie in their section or division or department, whatever it may be, and say, is this still what you were doing? Is there anything that you're providing to the community or internally to the organization that is not accounted for in your existing programs? If that's so, add a new program or modify your existing ones to incorporate it. Is there anything here that you're not doing anymore? If so, let's get rid of that. Is there anything here that just doesn't adequately describe what you're doing? If so, please update your description for the community and for our teams internally, so we know what we know at all times, or every year we know accurately what's going on and where things lie. I mentioned the difference between our governance and community programs: governance inward facing, community outward facing. Then we go through and we allocate costs. We take the base budget that was approved by council in the summer, and we ask them to allocate those to their programs and say, okay, how much of this staff member, how much of their time is spent on this program versus this program versus this program? So we know that when you have someone, every individual in the city, we know how much approximately their time is spent in each program, and we know how much money directly is going to each program. Again, getting away from the idea of the Parks Department spent $500 on pens to the Parks Department spent X amount of money on their youth programs. Every year we go through a small scoring process. This year it's quite expansive because we redid all of our priorities and objectives, metrics. Our rubric is totally different this year. So we're going through right now. We're finishing up this week and early next week, scoring every single program the city does. We have peer review groups that are working right now. Divisions had to score themselves and say how well they think their programs align with each of these. And we're going through a peer review process right now where we have subject matter experts from all across the city that are involved in each objective, and we have other members of our extended leadership team that are helping out as peer reviewers. I think we're we're getting along the way there. I haven't seen an update on exactly how far we are. I know that the groups I'm in charge of are about 75% done or so with this. And it's been a little bit of a lift. It's taken a couple hours in each of these, but it's been very helpful. Gives us a chance to go through and really what we're doing and refresh that in our own minds and determine how well those are aligning with our priorities and objectives. So that should be done here in the next week or so. And after that is done, we'll begin the process in early January of submitting budget requests. So anyone that is looking for new funding or continuing funding on things that were only approved one time, they can submit their request. And they'll tell us which programs that request lies in. So we know, do you want to spend more money on a high scoring program or a low scoring program? And as we go through, I think Rick mentioned that we'll lock ourselves in a room for 3 weeks come the spring. This is the metric we're going to use when groups submitted their budget requests. We're going to look at them and say, okay, you want to spend more money on this program. It didn't score very highly. Why do you want to spend more money there? And we'll have those conversations. We're not beholden to pick a program that scores higher for funds. For example, there are a lot of programs that there's mandates for. I can speak just from my own knowledge here that our city clerk programs are not going to score very highly. We went through and scored those, and there were a lot of zeros in our scores. But that doesn't mean it's not important. We have to have a working city code, even if that's not a program that's going to help us attain directly, at least, a sustainable, innovative infrastructure or a safe and healthy community in the way that other programs the city does. PBB is a tool that we can use in conjunction with other considerations. It is not the only thing we're going to use, but it helps guide our decision making. So,
And this is probably more of a question for city manager. So I make the assumption, right or wrong, that directors and department heads feel comfortable bringing those new, either those requests for more resources or whatever, and being able to explain why they need those additional. What I'm trying to get at is that, sometimes we feel like, oh, I'm not going to say that because maybe this department needs more, but I'm just going to kind of make do with what I've already got. I'm not gonna come forward because maybe I don't look like I'm a team player. Yeah, I mean, that personal psychological stuff comes in, and so how do we get people to come forward with what they really need to get that job done?
Yeah, thank
I can
you.
give you some examples, but I won't.
Oh, thank you. I thought your question was going to be, did the city manager's office score higher than the city clerk?
I know that
We all know. We heard from Heidi Derryberry earlier today talking about the timeline, and she made reference to this 3-week window. And that's kind of where we roll up our sleeves and really have a lot of discussion with all the division heads, one after the other. I think it's a very important part of the budget process. But I also want to quickly point out, it's not confined to 3 weeks. The process really does take several months, but in that 3-week window, we're kind of getting into the weeds with each division. I don't want to speak for all the division heads, but my observation is that they are not stifled or constrained from coming forward and advocating for their respective divisions. And I see that level of advocacy in a very healthy way. People seem to be mindful of all the other divisions and the interplay, the interconnectivity between the divisions. But our division heads do such a wonderful job of advancing the needs and wants of their respective divisions. And I don't think people are feeling constrained from having those discussions. Yeah, thanks for the question.
Thank you. All right, so that's our annual process year. This year, our scoring part of the process is much more robust than it normally is. Usually that's something that we only do to programs that did make us a change, a new program, or if they edited their description, we want to make sure that the new description is scored properly. So usually it's only 1 or 2 programs. This year we've had hundreds and hundreds. So it's been a lot more of a lift than usual, but that's what our annual, that component is there every year. It's just, it changes in intensity depending on if we're doing a refresh like this year. Now, but one nice thing about this system is that we're able to publicize data in a way that is different than a big several 100-page budget book, which usually is the only way that citizens can view their city's budget, and that can be very cumbersome if they're not sure. Well, you know, it usually it's a line item budget that's displayed so they can see our department is spending $500 on pens. They don't know what that's providing the community. So we, with our PBB system, we have an outward-facing website. And if you have never been to the site before, I'd recommend exploring it. It has all kinds of crosstabs. You can view a budget from any angle or lens that you would like to. If you want to look at just the programs that score highly on safe and healthy community or environmental stewardship, you can do that. It'll sort them in order for you, so you can see, and it'll be little blocks that the bigger it is, the more money is spent in that program. So you can see where the, you know, which programs are supporting which goals. You can look at the budget overall and color code it so that you know, ones that score higher over here, you can do all kinds of crosstabs in this thing. It's a very cool tool that allows you to see the budget whatever way you want to see it. So just having an extra metric to look at gives us more things you can do with pivot tables, things like that in the back end, and display data in a way that's very nice. It's accessible to the public. It gives them a real good lens into what our budgeting process and outcomes actually look like. And they can see exactly how much money is going towards certain programs and how those programs score on all of the objectives and priorities, or just some of them if they only care about a few of them. And it doesn't show that line item version that people, you know, may not fully understand or get the full picture on. And again, it is only for our operating budget. It does not include our capital budget. That's my portion of PBB. I think I've got a few minutes left if there are any remaining questions. If not, I'll pass the laser pointer and on to the next presenter. All right, well, thank you.
Chris, thank you very much. I think what we want to do here, we did have the break scheduled for right before him. So let's go ahead and take about a 15-minute break. We're still running ahead. It is currently about 7. Matter of fact, we'll take a little bit shorter break. Can we come back at about 5 after? Take a break now, be about 12 minutes, and come back about 10:05. Okay?
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you very much for your cooperation. I think we have just about everybody back in the room, a few people missing. We're going to move on. It's time for budget team focus. Clifton, Allison Eckert, and Joanne Keene. How about it? Oh, I can make sure that you wait.
Hey, Jeff. Do a little tag team here. But before we get started, a couple of quick comments. When we were doing that little exercise that Jeff had us do earlier on meeting with other people, you know, Sean Johnson and I got together and we had a big list of common features and attributes. But the one I wanted to single out is that we both quickly decided that we were both of us were well-dressed and young and handsome. And running with that theme, I wanted to point out that we have some others in the group today who fall into that category. Sterling, could you stand up? Could we take note on how well dressed he is today?
Doris is gone.
That's
Kente tie.
That's beautiful. See, I'm glad we did this. That's wonderful. And also we have a theme dresser today. Joanne is sporting green, not because it's St. Patty's Day or anything, but because we're talking about money.
Money?
Yeah. So,
Money.
yeah. Before we launch into this too, I want to circle back to something we talked about just a short while ago when we were on the recession plan. And some nice comments on that. And then previously talking about the budget team, and Heidi gave you a nice graphic with the photos of everybody who comprises the budget team. I want to share with you all the importance of the team structure here in Flagstaff. We have so many teams that perform so many functions that benefit our organization and the community that we serve. Budget team's a little bit more inward focused, of course, and you saw from that slide just how much of a cross section of the organization we have serving on that team. And we have a member of the EAC, the Employee Advisory Council, on that team. It's very collaborative. We meet every week throughout the year. And there are times like lately where we meet more than once a week. I don't say that to try to impress upon you how much we meet. I say it to illustrate the importance of this team and what it's doing for the organization. When we talk about the recession plan, when we talk about funding or refinancing the unfunded pension liability years ago, getting us through all of these ebbs and flows of each year as we see changes in revenue growth, as we see challenges such as a global pandemic or perhaps a recession, what have you, even the recruitment thing that we're about to talk about, recruitment and retention. The budget team is at the heart of these discussions. And I just want to make note of that everything we have talked about thus far today and everything we will continue to talk about has had the budget team's eyes upon it. And so there is no individual effort here. There is very much a team effort and a lot to show for it. So I just wanted to start off by pointing that out. And we're talking about now investing in employees.
Yeah, so just before I turn it over to Allison, we're going to go into more details. But this came out of the budget memo that the city manager. So one of the things we actually did a refresh of that budget memo this year, and I'd like to just point out Scott Overton and Nicole with sustainability who helped kind of work on that and refresh. But some of the things, I mean, as you all know, I'm new to the organization. I think this is my 27th budget year, but in different organizations and different levels. But it was definitely an opportunity to look at that budget memo and recognize kind of all the things we're doing as an organization. And looking at having a theme for the budget, we came up with defining our legacy for the theme this year. So we'll go into more details, but I just wanted to just kind of point that out. And Allison's going to talk about investing in employees.
Yes. Good morning. Investing in employees is my favorite thing to talk about, of course, as an HR professional. We thought it was really important that we talk about the progress we've made to date. And I have a little story I can say. You know, I've only been here about a couple weeks, about a month. But the fun thing for me coming here and talking to you all today is that I was here back in 2019. I was part of the scope of work when we went through the major class and comp study. And I remember working on that scope of work and thinking, oh my goodness, it's overwhelming. I don't know how we're going to have any success with this. It's just, there's just so much to do. And the list kept getting longer and longer and longer. I left right after we selected Evergreen to do that class and comp study. And then, you know, I didn't hear really for a while that what was being done or if anything was being done. So how great of a feeling it is to come back in this organization and see the progress we've made. We have a lot of work still to do, which I know we'll talk about later, but that's why to me it's really important that everyone here is responsible, council support, all the people in this room helped make this progress that we are about to share to date. And that's important. We need to acknowledge and recognize that. before we talk about all the work we still have to do. So just to recap, we went back to fiscal year 2022. That was the first year that the major components of that class and conference study started to be implemented. The things that we did that year were eliminate the broadband and skill-based pay plans, implemented a new regular pay plan and step pay plans for water services, fire, and police. We made compression adjustments, reinstated merit increases for the regular pay plans and one-step increases for fire, all the step pay plans. And we implemented an emergency staffing compensation directive, and that directive allowed for us to provide additional pay to those employees who are being required to work additional hours due to low staffing, because as we all know, ever since 2020, the low staffing has been an issue. As it was mentioned earlier, 50% vacancy rate in public works. It's still an ongoing issue since that time. In fiscal year 22-23, we continued that 3% merit increase for the regular pay plan and the one-step increase for the step pay plans. We made additional compression adjustments based on years of service. We did the minimum wage implementation based on 7% CPI. That was earlier than the actual Flagstaff minimum wage increase. And we implemented a 3-tier medical benefit structure, replacing what was a 2-tier. So now to our current fiscal year 24, we transitioned from the across-the-board merit increase plan to a pay for performance, 2 to 4% for the regular pay plan, and then continued the one-step increase for fire or step pay plans, fire, police, and water services. We did a minimum of a 3% market adjustment across the board. And just as a refresher, a market adjustment, kind of this 3% across the board accomplishes 2 things. It accomplishes continue to move our pay ranges up to be competitive in the market. But then we moved each individual employee within that as well. So we kept their comp ratio or their placement within the market. And we increased the starting wage, as we talked about earlier, to $18 per hour. This was to account for the Flagstaff minimum wage increase and get ahead of it. We wanted to get ahead of it because we wanted to make sure that we stayed competitive in our local market too. And many of our local competitors were already offering a higher wage. We eliminated the lower tiers from our pay plans. That does address, as Greg mentioned earlier, our pay plan compression. And we implemented 2 leave policies, volunteerism and catastrophic leave. And then we've been working on additional employee appreciation recognition awards and events and activities. One of those, as an example, is in January, I believe we have the first ever City Manager Award event. And we've tweaked our service award program. We've added the 5-year recognition. It used to just be 10, and we changed vendors to allow for some better gifts based on employee feedback. We continue to look at that, and we continue to just try and enhance those leave options. So, slide. It's kind of a data comparison here. If you compare the salaries in June of 2021 with the salaries in summer of 2023, 96% of employees have had their salaries increased by more than 10% and 65% by more than 20%. That does include, for context purposes, all pays, not just what we just talked about. It's merit, market, promotions, reassignments, and the like. So that's just a good picture that we've made great progress. And I really think that we can attribute everyone to this room to that success. So we've also talked about, we have a lot of work to do. We have still high vacancy rates. We have some data from X interviews just this year alone that indicate compensation is still the #1 reason people are leaving. So we need to continue that momentum. And then in these next couple of slides, we're just going to be talking about things we can consider. We have not landed on that. We are going to dig deeper, as Greg mentioned, in the future retreats, but just some things that we can look at when we're looking at how do we continue that momentum, continue the merit and pay for performance increases. That is already funded in our 5-year plans. We can continue market adjustments. We could consider another across the board market adjustment, or we can look at making market adjustments based on position or individual job families based on where they are in the market. We did have a prior goal of evaluating at least 25% of positions based on factors such as their percentage below market. We'd like to maybe enhance that going forward. We do have a new salary survey tool, which allows us to get some data a little bit quicker. So we're hoping to maybe enhance that and maybe try and get more of those evaluations done each year. And then we also could look at evaluating, we right now have a target of our market being at 50 percentile of our competitors. But we can evaluate possibly increasing that to being even a higher percentile.
Allison, you just touched on the market comparisons data that we use. And I wanted to emphasize what she just said, because I don't know that it's getting a lot of or getting the level of attention it should. Historically, we have done what communities like ours typically does, organizations. That is, every 2 or 3 or 4 years, we engage a consultant, have market analyses performed on, benchmark cities like ours, and we compare data. And then out of that very long process, we come back, talk about it with the budget team. We start implementing strategies and eventual adjustments to try to make our city, the city of Flagstaff, at somewhat competitive with our peers. That process, as we all know, takes a lot of time. And what we saw in the last go around on this, and that study was performed in 2019 and 20. By the time we did everything we just talked about and started seeing implementation of market rate adjustments, we were dealing with data that was 2 and 3 years old. And I can't impress upon you enough how in this climate, in this landscape that we're in right now, data that's 2 or 3 years old becomes so grossly outdated. Think of construction right now and the rapid cost of materials, concrete, steel, and so forth. Projects that we budgeted for 2 or 3 years ago, we're having to make huge adjustments. Well, it's not any different with our compensation with employees. And so what Allison just touched upon, and was something that Randy Tracy and all of us were working on previously, and now it's coming to fruition, is let's scrap the old way of doing things. There's a better way to do it. And so we are not going to wait every 2 to 3 years and hire a consultant and go through this very laborious process just to come up with adjustments that by the time they're implemented are already out of date. We are going to use real-time data, and we're going to make adjustments on the fly with real-time data. And that real-time data is going to be updated every day, every week, and throughout the year. And so there won't be any more looking back and then making adjustments going forward. Now it's going to be looking contemporaneously, looking at this time at what other communities are doing and making adjustments to make sure we're in lockstep with that. Is that a good articulation of that?
Absolutely. And that the new tool that was purchased this year is very helpful in making that happen.
Thanks.
So some of the considerations, we've already talked, I think we've talked about all these. Some additional structural pay plan considerations, obviously continuing to look at the minimum wage impacts and where we might need to adjust. There's some possibility of doing a citywide equity pay study. The last time that was done for the organization was 2018. Obviously, we're going to continue, as Greg said, evaluating our salary structure alignment with the market and evaluating other options such as expansion of salary ranges if that were to be something that numbers tell us we need. Other things that we're continuing to do and our possibilities for going forward are continued work-life balance initiatives. The remote work and flexibility work options that we currently have are making an impact. We are hearing from employees that they feel that they have that work-life balance. So that's a real positive. We're going to continue evaluating various leads for recruitment and retention purposes, things that we think will bring in more applicants and keep the great employees that we have. And then we always consider the EAC, the Employee Advisory, their recommendations. They get together as a group and it's a representation of the entire city employee base, and they make recommendations on what they'd like to see. So it's a real way to touch base with our employees and what their needs are. And then we're going to continue to keep apprised of our compensation changes made by our regional partners. So like Greg mentioned, all of the surrounding areas and throughout the state, similar agencies, we always keep an eye on what they're doing to try and keep apprised of best practices. I think my last.
Yeah, just to add, and may or may not know this, but right now we allow employees to work 2 days remotely. So we ask them to be in the office 3 days. There are, a manager can work with their employee if they, there's a situation where they need to work remotely an additional day, but that's
Correct. And we do have flexible options such as 4/10s versus 5/8s. I think everyone's given some autonomy to make those decisions based on the needs of the organization, and that's really going a long way.
Yeah, thanks. And as we talk about the things that Allison mentioned, and then what Joanne just mentioned, remote work, all the other things that go beyond compensation, but are nevertheless very important to our staff. Things like employee recognition, things like the emergency leave, the volunteer policy, which has now been formalized. Just to recap on that real fast, we have put into place a program. This has been an amazing program that was the product of good thought by many individuals within the organization. But we took what used to be an allowance of 3 PTOs a day, and that's now off the table. That's outdated. But we came up with a volunteer program that allows employees who are providing volunteerism for city sponsored events. It doesn't have to be a city event, but sponsoring. They can see some credit for their volunteer hours that comes back and is aggregated with volunteer hours of all other employees. And if we reach certain thresholds of aggregate volunteer hours, that being 1,000 hours to start, we award those employees with a single PTO, a day off, to use at their choosing. And that's scaled. If we hit 2,000 hours, it could be 2 days off, and it caps out at 3,000 hours with 3 days off. We're in our second year of that program, and it seems to be going quite well. We can't wait to see the results at the end of the calendar year. What does it mean for us? It means our employees are being encouraged to participate in important community events. A couple of years ago, that was a lot of sandbagging and working with emergency flood mitigation. But it runs the gamut. It could be picking up litter. It could be cleaning up our drainages. It could be doing a number of things. We work closely with our sustainability division and overseeing that program, and it's been very successful. It's just one example. The remote working being another example. Of course, that had its genesis during COVID when everybody, except our frontline employees, were working from home. Well, residual now, we have a residual to that. We have a policy where we recognize, some work at home actually can be beneficial for our employees and could actually be very efficient in terms of the ability to attend many meetings and discussions without having to drive from A to B and without having to be in physical locations as we are right now. This meeting, we have a number of people participating in this meeting online as we speak. So the hybridization of our meetings, and with that, the ability to work remotely, has just been a wonderful outcome of a pandemic that none of us really foresaw. But now that it's here, I have to say it works for us quite well. We see it at the council meetings as well, with many people who attend and speak online, in addition to being present. So a number of important things for our employees beyond that of just compensation. We wanted to hit on compensation because it continues to be a talking point, but I also want to focus on the other many good things that are happening. Anything you want to add to that? Please, Mayor.
Councilmember House asked a question. Does council volunteering contribute to that for employees? And along the same lines, is there a mechanism for council to contribute to donated leave requests, or are we not part of that pool?
First part of the question, I could answer yes. These are the volunteerism would be anybody with the city, and we even allow friends and family members to join in on that. We want to encourage that to happen. But there's an asterisk to go with that. We don't give you any days off, council. If you want your volunteer efforts, they will be acknowledged. You're not going to get a day off.
So if we volunteer,
does that contribute to what staff would be to the days off and whatnot?
I don't think it's the aggregate.
That's the first time question, so let's kind of nod our head on that one. Yeah, but we need to look into it, but it's a very good question. I don't know why it wouldn't. Yeah, Shannon, you want to add?
Because again, there's that incentive for you to earn those PTO days on the backside. To donated leave, that would be specific to a full-time. Types of things. Not to exclude you, we really appreciate the council to participate in those things. Even though I'm not being part of that official program.
To Councilmember House's question, could we enter in our volunteer time to go towards the aggregate?
I think we should talk about it.
You might want to have Shannon come front, Carrie.
Hard time hearing you.
Come around, Shannon, yeah. But while you're coming around, I mean,
On this side of the house.
the budget team could certainly entertain that in advance it forward, maybe to the leadership team, but it sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, right now, the policy just asks employees to put in their time and then any of their family or friends that were with them is how it's tracked.
Because we're not looking to personally benefit, but if it goes towards the aggregate to give a threshold, I don't know the whole structure, but we would be more than happy. I think that's my alarm to.
I thought it was a 3-minute rule. Sorry, council member, you cannot speak anymore.
I need to check into my flight tomorrow.
So I'm actually going to be talking to Greg about some other things with the tourism program.
We put that on the list.
One, so we'll add that to figure out how that might work.
I just think it'd be a feel good to be
Yeah.
able to help the staff. We'll do it anyway, but
Oh, it's great. And thank you, Councilmember House, for the question.
And before we, you're next, right, Joanne? And just before we go to this next area, I just wanted to say what I just covered now was the compensation side of the house, but I do want to make sure you know that we have some upcoming presentations that tie into all of that. Survey and then the recruitment intention presentation. So
Thanks, Alex.
so there's more coming.
And again, this is just kind of a big picture. We'll go into more details as we get into the budget process. But one of the things that we mention in the budget priority memo that goes out to departments is considering the alignment of what they're submitting and coordinating with the carbon neutrality plan. This is not new. I'm not sure how long we've been doing this. But continuing to do that and making sure that our departments know that it's all hands on deck to address our climate emergency and also our housing emergency as well, which is new. So we added kind of more of a focus on housing in the budget priority memo to really emphasize that we want all of our departments to really make sure that everything we're doing is looking at addressing our housing issue, not only for our community, but also for our workforce as well. Some of the things in the carbon neutrality plan, these are just a couple of examples, and there's so many examples out there that we'll go into later. As you know, we've been working on a sustainable purchasing policy that we're hoping to bring to council early next year. And then also, and we've had a lot of discussion on focusing on electric vehicle purchases. I'll go into that a little bit more when we talk about infrastructure as well. And then on the 10-year housing plan, just a couple of examples implementing the housing bond. We have many departments that have been involved in this effort and continuing that effort. As well as looking for funding for the incentive policy for affordable housing projects. And I know Greg will be going into more detail at the end of this retreat on that topic.
All
No?
good.
All good? Okay.
Can I just
Please,
make a comment?
of course.
So, the housing, plan, I just want us to make sure that we're really thinking outside of the box in terms of how we make that happen. Because I think that if we can get a handle on our housing issues, that's gonna affect our ability to hire people. Because when I moved here 30 years ago, they offered me on-campus housing. And that was a huge plus. So I was willing to take a lower salary because I could get that benefit. And that helped me in the long run in terms of getting into a house. And I'm not asking us to give people housing, but I'm asking us to think about how we might use that to help our workforce and to help people, you know, because we can't give state resources away. I know that, but we can do some other kinds of things that make that affordable. So I want us to really, really think about that housing piece because it is critical and it is the answer to all of our issues. You know, I think really very strongly about that if we get a handle on that, it's going to solve a lot of problems and people have to get their head wrapped around that because it is, because that's stopping a whole bunch of stuff.
Well said, and thank you. Talk about it throughout the organization on an ongoing basis, the emergency nature of it. I know Sarah Dar and her team are wrestling with this, whether it be, you know, affordable housing, workforce housing, if you will, and beyond. But there has been a lot to show for it. But similar to what we just heard from Allison as to all the good things that have been happening, there's a journey that lies ahead, you know, and that's why that housing plan is a 10-year plan and a very good one, but a lot of work that lies ahead. Sarah Dar, I know we're touching on something that's near and dear to your heart. If you want to come up and add to it, you're welcome to, but I just wanted to make the comment that we know you and your team are working hard on this in conjunction with all the other divisions. Sorry to put you on the spot, but always good to have you be a part of this discussion. Thank you for the question and comment, Council Member. Anything you'd like to add, Sarah?
A little bit, not a lot. You did a great job. I love having you as advocates. It is a 10-year plan, and I think that is frustrating for some folks because we would all like it done right now. So a quick refresher, we'll be in front of you on January 9th with a 6-month update from our last one. And then we'll enter the planning stage for the implementation plan for July to June 24-25. So we will be rolling out as a heads up to some division directors. Staff will come meet and, you know, what works into your work program next year, what doesn't, to make sure we're coordinating those efforts and not just dictating and expecting people to jump when housing says, well, guess what? It's in the plan. Because we understand that that's not how that works in a large scale organization. And so, Ms. Deb, thank you for the think outside the box. We love that. It also leads to some very hard discussions. It leads to balancing multiple priorities as an organization. And so we do have an outside the box list of crazy thoughts that come up and we track them. And as staff capacity becomes available, we work to tackle some of those things. We are lucky enough to have a very energetic intern this semester, next semester, who has shown some wonderful promise in kind of taking something and diving down into the rabbit holes. So no, thank you. We're excited to see what the next year holds funding wise and where you'd like our efforts focused.
Thank you, Sarah.
And I think we're going to touch more on the recruitment and in the recruitment and retention section on the issues with housing.
With housing, because they do tie together, Council Member.
I just wanted to ditto on what Councilmember had said about housing. I'm happy to see both of our crises on here. And thinking outside the box, Joanne and I had a conversation about what another city's doing and the curiosity, really thinking outside the box, and it just, you know, puts away a little bit of our housing issue. I'm happy to see that our carbon neutrality plan has a housing component too, because I was speaking to someone in the community yesterday when we were talking about how people are buying are renting outside the city limits. I forgot, I don't know what the current status is, but it's around 40, maybe even more % of our workforce in town drive. So that, goes against our goals for our carbon neutrality. And so having both housing in both of those plans is really important, because one can really be a negative factor to the other. And so housing is a critical component of our carbon goals. And I'm happy to see both of them on there. So thank
You, I know you've been a strong advocate for that, so thank you.
Appreciate it.
Just moving forward, talking a little bit about infrastructure, and we're actually talking about internal infrastructure. So facilities, fleet, and IT. I think we'll get more into detail on kind of our capital projects at later retreats, but this is just focusing on our needs internally. But just some back facilities, we have 12 full-time staff, and we actually have 1 million square feet and 120 unique structures that those 12 full-time staff maintain. So pretty phenomenal work by that team. Capital renewal projects are vetted by the Facilities Advisory Committee. And the facilities budget for capital renewal, it's low. And because of that, there's a continued deferment of projects. Yes.
Is the housing authority separate from this in terms of facilities?
Yes. Good question, and yes, it is. But there might be some common ground on the topic of deferred maintenance. I don't know. I don't want to speak for the housing authority, but I will share, and we all see it, we are so proud of our facilities, but we have a lot of needs. We finished the boiler at City Hall. Yay, that's been on the list for years. Big improvement for the city. Windows have been worked on. I know we're looking to do the same at the library. Can't wait for that to happen. But these are projects that have been on the books for some time. I'm glad to see that we're chipping. So much to do. So much to do. City Hall needs a lot of TLC, but I think, we can't talk about that at the same time recognizing the many good things that have happened, fixing the leaky roof and updating our council chambers as we have, and all the other wonderful things, but we have a long ways to go.
Dealing with the temperature in council chambers.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
How's the temperature? We should do what the airlines does, and put little blankets in front of each seat.
Good blankets.
You fly a different class than yeah. I haven't seen that in a long time.
Are you in the category where they charge you for water?
Yes.
So moving on to fleet. So with our fleet, we actually have 800 units of rolling stock. So that's everything that includes wheels and engines. We're currently working on deferred maintenance and replacement dating back to the 2008 recession. We're having some issues, as you all know. We talked about this with council, a backlog of vehicles. We're out 18 to 24 months. And then we've put a strong focus on purchasing electric vehicles, which has had its challenges, but we're definitely working through those challenges, and we've seen some vehicles move forward, and we've been able to purchase some vehicles for our fleet. We're also working on training fleet technicians to support the fleet needs, and within that area, we've had some retirements, some departures, so we're bringing folks up to speed. One-time dollars have been allocated in the last 2 years to help with fleet backlog, and while the health of the fleet is improving, there's definitely a need for continued investment in this area.
I note that Jeff is standing, so I'm getting nervous.
Oh, gosh.
No, we're good.
I think this is our last slide.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
close.
this is our last slide.
Okay.
IT, obviously, I think like any other organization that I've been a part of, we have issues with IT infrastructure. These are some of the big things. We don't have dollar amounts associated with these in this time. But obviously, network equipment, we're actually, some of our network infrastructure is over 7 years old. Fiber, we have the big fiber project. We have a RSOQ that should be going out any day now, CJ. And we're obviously gonna need to allocate some funds in addition to what we've already allocated for that project. Our server infrastructure, we're on a 4-year replacement cycle, and that's definitely something we constantly need to be investing in. And then our software applications, some biggies out there, potentially our 911 dispatch system, potentially our ERP, our enterprise resource planning system for community development, et cetera. And there's many more on that list. I will say that CJ has put together a technology steering committee where we're kind of going through all of these needs, and the goal is to have a better process moving through the budget process. So thanks to CJ for his leadership on that.
Yeah, and it's an excellent team. Going back to my comments about the importance of teamwork. Are we wrapping up? Are we?
There's a couple minutes left. Okay, you have questions or?
A lot of information that we just shared. So any comments, thoughts, questions, follow up? Yes, please.
And I brought this up before, but I just wanted to question again. Reading other articles about being able to meet the demand in our electric vehicle nationwide, and just the concern of how that impacts our ability to serve our community. Is the waiting 24 months, waiting for an EV, a vehicle like for our law enforcement, fire and stuff. I just wanted to restate that's my only concern, especially reading stuff nationwide, that nationally that industry is having some challenges keeping up with the demand. And I just want to make sure that we are not over committing ourselves in something that we don't have any control on, and then it impacting our ability to respond to our communities.
Yeah, it's a good question, comment. I think we are keeping a good eye on that. Nicole, I would invite you to come on up and share any insight you might have, or anybody from the fleet committee who would like to speak to this. I've seen both scenarios play out. I've seen instances where the backlog, especially with public safety vehicles like the ones we recently purchased for police, we could not wait. So we had to go more conventional on those vehicles. And then other instances where the fleet committee has seen some success, like the recent hybrid purchases with Toyota, our local Toyota dealer. So there's examples of both, but I think we're being very vigilant about it. Yeah.
Absolutely. Good morning. Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director, and thank you for that point. Obviously, this is something we're monitoring very closely, but please keep in mind, we're not converting our fleet all at once. This is also in a process of rotation, new vehicle needs, and then rotation of vehicles that are timing out, if you will. So we're keeping obviously a very close eye on it, but that's not going to necessarily impact our goals in the long term because we're not trying to convert our fleet all at once. Will we have some challenges? Absolutely. Are all the vehicles that we need today available? No. So we have to keep a really good eye on it. The good news is that we are creating a long-term vision for that and a process. And one of the things that we are approaching first is our infrastructure needs, because that's also another element. Hopefully you remember the presentation from Danae Pressler just a few weeks ago about electric vehicles. We'll be back to discuss some more.
Coming back.
Yeah, this actually on Tuesday. So there's a number of things that are moving forward simultaneously, but to your point, we just have to be very vigilant and keen on what the industry is doing, what supplies are being available and so forth. Scott, did you want to add anything?
Thanks, Nicole.
Yeah, absolutely.
18 to 24 months is all vehicles.
Yeah, I'm gonna come through that in a minute. Yep, so again, Scott Overton, Public Works Director, and I'll represent Fleet here today as it's part of our group. Nicole said it well. I think there is a really strong synergy with sustainability and with our efforts to put fleet vehicles into employees' toolboxes, so to speak. And electric vehicles or hybrid vehicles or any type of technology is evaluated and tried to be secured for our needs operationally. But there are times where if it won't meet the need or if we can't get it, we do start to go through a process where we still need a vehicle or a piece of equipment. This really does speak more not only to EVs, but to all of our fleets. And where we're seeing this longer lead time is on garbage trucks, plow trucks, fire engines, fire apparatus, things that take a long lead time to order, buy, secure. And that really does impact how we budget and how we start to plan. So a great example in Public Works, we recently purchased a compactor. It was on your desks for the landfill. That is now in the build process 26 months out. Okay, we've planned for that, but trying to account for that. And then when you lose one, maybe in an accident or a catastrophic failure, it becomes even more difficult in specialty equipment. So that's really what that refers to. And then we're hopeful that the market of electric vehicles can catch up with our requests. And in the meantime, focusing on infrastructure will be a really important piece for us.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Sarah, for the prompt participation without any notice. Thank you to Allison and Joanne. Any further questions? We're doing good time-wise, Jeff?
So we're doing good. We're still ahead by about 13.
Yes. Thank you. Councilmember.
Since we have some time, are we also thinking about repair people or people who can work on those EVs? Because that's a specialization now.
Scott, no sooner than you sat down.
Sorry.
That is a Scott Overton question.
Yeah, exactly. I got 20 and I'm great.
Can you address the temperature in council chamber?
Yes, I can address that. Fix it, but we can address it. Go inside. Typically Sam's better for jokes, not me. To the question of fleet technicians, we do have a small team of technicians on both fleet and facility side, but you are spot on. We have to send them to continue training. And this actually even occurs with even our combustion engines. Technologies change, vehicles change. The uniqueness of our technicians, I think, compared to maybe a private sector shop or a dealership, is they also have to be versed in multiple types of apparatus. So working on a fire engine, a police car, a snowplow, a regular sedan, all different makes and models. So it is a fairly continuous education piece. Some of our retirements are veteran folks that have been with us for a lot of years. So having young people come in and pick up a new trade or be trained up to that caliber takes some time. So we're working through that. The electric vehicle piece is really important. We do not have a lot of formal training in that regard yet. A lot of it is still dealership proprietary. But in time, I do anticipate we buy more and more of those vehicles, we are going to have to continue to invest in those employees and their skill sets so they can work on what we own. But it's an excellent question. As to the heat, we've tried a number of things. We're working on some things. I haven't heard it come up in a couple of months, so we'll continue to ping you. And we really are trying to make it comfortable. It's 84 in the back of that room and it's like 65 in the front, I think. So we'll keep working on it. Getting reports it's still cool.
Super.
Oh, it'll snow. Yeah, but call me in March. I'll tell you what it did. Summerful. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. And all right, about the time Scott sits down, would anybody else have a question for him? Yeah, Jim. Oh, council member. Sorry.
Call me Jim. That's my name.
That was a slip.
Thanks for dinner.
Yeah.
I would think that electric vehicles probably have less maintenance issues than an internal combustion engine. So, less moving parts.
Moving parts.
Yeah, so I think that's another advantage to electric vehicles that we often don't talk about.
Good point. Councilman.
For Scott, since we were talking facilities, clearly there's not a lot of females at this facility because the faucets in the women's restroom are a little wild and that's an accident. I'm just going to say that. Everybody who else agrees with me to that?
To the left.
To the left, everybody.
Duly noted and reported. You're correct. I'm not one of these Spencer very often.
It's time somebody brought it up.
It's on the record.
It's on the record. Yeah. We're all stumped on that one. Thank you.
We'll give you a tour.
Thank you for reading. Thanks to all who participated. Shane and I neglected to call you out. Thank you for your comments on the volunteer politics.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks you guys very much. We are still we're doing pretty well. We're about 6 or 7 minutes ahead of time. We do have lunch planned for around 12 p.m. And this next section, we've scheduled it for 60 minutes. I don't know if it'll go that long. So we want to make sure that we have a little bit of time before lunch for public comment. So we are going to move on. Updates, Allison Eckert, Jen Caputo, and Heidi Hansen. And thank you guys.
Like this is some sort of initiation of the new girl, because they're making me come up twice. As I mentioned earlier, I'm here to update you on the employee engagement survey. So this is a survey that is conducted by our champions team. And the goal of the champions team is to foster a positive culture and environment for our employees by encouraging feedback and engagement. So this is their baby. It has been for several years. The last time we did a survey was 2019. Typically, historically, we've done one every other year, but 2021 was skipped due to pandemic related issues and like everyone had. So this is really high level. The team does get together once they get the results of the survey and do a very in-depth presentation that shows a comparison year over year, actual statistics with each question answered, just a whole bunch of data on what they heard from the employees. They're not ready with that yet, but we really felt that we needed to just come together and share just the high level common themes because they tie so well into everything we're discussing today. So I broke them into 3 categories. Obviously, compensation is the big one, communication, and then employee recognition and appreciation. So in compensation, there were still obviously high level of comments related to the compensation is still not where it is or where it needs to be due to high cost of living. Short staffing came up a lot and the burnout that the impact of burnout that causes. So our vacancy rates really tie into that. And then lack of appropriate equipment and training isn't really necessarily compensation, but does kind of tie into just kind of our financial picture. Communication was the next high topic. They want more regular communication from leadership, upper management, and then between divisions and the employee advisory committee and HR on what's happening in the city. There was some comments on fear of retribution when there was a specific question about two-way communication. So there is some areas that we need to look at there related to them feeling like they don't feel comfortable having that two-way conversation with their supervisor. And then just a lot of comments just saying how much they appreciate constructive feedback, acknowledgement of their efforts and abilities. So that wasn't necessarily a negative. It was more just affirming that they really enjoy that. The other theme is recognition and employee appreciation. There's always lots and lots of ideas that come out of the survey that kind of help guide what kinds of programs we bring to the table going forward. They really want the ability for division supervisors to be able to do some on-the-spot awards, the ability specifically to be able to, at their level, award time off. And then the rest of the comments were all about the types of recognition and appreciation. They like the idea of discounts, paid time off, the big one, gift cards, more remote work, anything like, anything that's more something that I think tends to be something that they can have more time with their family. So additional things, just kind of, there was a lot about events. We are having, as I mentioned earlier, our first City Manager Award program in January. There was several comments about events to be spread out in different areas throughout the city facilities so that people get a chance to have it kind of in their home place. They want the events to be more relaxed and fun. Sometimes they feel like some of the events are more like meetings. There was actually a really strong interest in a company picnic, which I believe, I don't know, didn't the city used to do that a long time ago? That's what I thought. Yeah, so I thought that was really interesting and kind of a fun idea. So to bring that back. And some positive trends that came out of that survey, they, for the most part, I think employees are feeling very supported by their supervisors. They feel encouraged and supported to complete projects and are provided guidance when requested. That's a really nice thing to hear. They really enjoy the kind of work they do, and there are people within their the divisions and the community. And that there was a specific questions about employees caring about each other. And the quote that, one of the quotes that came from the survey specifically was, "This is a superpower of Team Flagstaff. The people here are amazing." That's awesome to hear also. And they do really believe, and I mentioned this earlier, that they are afforded that work-life balance. So that speaks volumes to the flexible work options that are now offered to them. So just some next steps. Like I said, the champions team is working on that more in-depth presentation. They will, once they have that complete, they will present it to the rest of the champions, because there's a subcommittee of the champions that are working on that. So they will present that to the entire champions group, leadership and extended leadership, advisory committee. And then they want to actually go, they'll work on an action plan, but they want to actually go out into the individual groups, speak to the employees, share the results, vet through some of these ideas that have come through, and get more information, get more details on the kinds of events, the kinds of recognition that they're looking for, the kinds of things that they're saying in some of those comments that they're showing up in the survey. So they're planned to just go out through the organization, have focus groups, have them help supplant the action plan, and then we will have a clear direction going forward. All I have, and I'm going to turn it over to Heidi Hansen, I think. Was there any questions on the survey? Yes, Councilmember Cardone.
Comment, we've been talking about on the payroll employees, type of employees, and those are our commission members. And of course, they're not compensated. And I'll just point out that, like, back when I was on the Planning and Zoning Commission, we used to have an annual party for all the commission members. And I think we stopped doing that because of budget issues or whatever. But let's not forget about our commission members, because they put in a lot of time and a lot of work. And a lot of these people are experts in the field. Or if they're not, when they start to commission, they become experts because of what they learn while they're on commission. So let's not forget about commission members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. Before Jennifer Caputa comes in and tells you more about the progress of recruitment at the City of Flagstaff, Greg wanted me to touch a little bit on how it looks regionally. And you saw a little bit of this from the Econa strategic plan, but I'm just going to touch on 3 areas that really kind of coincide with what you're going to be hearing about at the city. And one of them is, of course, the lack of available housing in the region is a true struggle. We're not just having trouble trying to recruit at the City of Flagstaff. It is a private public sector problem. So it's everywhere. So when we talk about it, we know that we're not in this alone, but it's definitely a regional struggle, which when it's regional means it's hard to, I would like to say, steal from somewhere else and bring them here, because they're equally having the same problems. And then housing was found in that study to be one of the key issues to a hiring decision. So people want to come here, they want to work with us, they hear about the great things, but when they are already online, and we actually asked this a lot in the interviews, have you looked at the housing prices? And they're like, yeah, I don't even know where I would live. So I have some people in my own division that literally are still coming up every week from their homes to work, as long as they're in Arizona. And they'd like to stop doing that. So now we hear something that they can rent or whatever, we actually try to get them heavily involved in that. Plus, the housing prices here are continuing to soar. And I will tell you, it is alarming to see that the Flagstaff line, which is the 3rd column on this, has grown. The housing prices have grown 80% in Flagstaff since 2018. 80%. So we've got a lot of work to do, right? Also, when you talk about the region, we are 15,400 units short of what we need in the region. And again, if you look at the column of Flagstaff, column 2, we make up 10,000, almost 11,000 of that 15,400. So we have a desperate problem here with housing. And then they're saying that in the next 5 years,
On top of that, we're gonna need another 2,000 units. So we're already behind the 8 ball, and then we already are not trending for the units that we need. So the discussions that you're having with the developers, the things that you're trying to do are good ones. But as you know, poor Sarah Dar and her team, they got a lot of work ahead of them with these. The second and the third thing that came out that you're going to see here too, that was pretty comparative here, is that the labor force is a shortage, and then values of employees have constantly been changing. And we are paying attention to those values. I'm going to talk about that a little bit. But what you're seeing is that the labor force shortages, even if we had the housing, we still are having a labor force issue. So that's something to pay attention to. And if you look at this slide right here, they're saying that the county is built out in this strategic plan. So that means that we're not growing like our competitors. We've compared us to Fort Collins, Bozeman, and St. George. So when you look at the blue line, this is Flagstaff. We have literally no growth happening. We have no way to continue to increase this population of workforce because of the fact that we don't have anywhere to house them and we have nowhere to really build for them. So we kind of are a little bit landlocked. So what we need to do probably in the future is to continue to look at our outlining areas. And we may even need to consider, does the county become the place to build homes and the city is the place to give them a job? I don't know, but these are things that you'll be talking about throughout the year. But when people tell you these things, I can tell you the studies are coming out to what we're all seeing. And then the top 4 values, and I'm sorry that employees, it's not going online, that they are looking for is competitive base pay, challenging work, convenient work location, and opportunities for career advancement. And I can tell you these are 4 values that we talk about all the time as the leadership team that Greg has put together, as well as the budget team. Convenient work location, Greg did a really great thing working with all of us this year to do the flexible work schedule. So after COVID, we still have an ability to work 3 days in our location and 2 days remote if we can. Not everybody can do that, which is kind of hard, but you kind of know what you're signing up for. I have some staff that literally come in and work a week and then they remote a week because of the fact that they have a housing issue. We don't really care. We're just trying to get them here and we're trying to get the work done. But we would really like to get everybody here is the goal. So we're working toward that. I'm going to turn it back over to Jennifer so that she can tell you how what I just told you regionally ties into our staff. Go ahead, council member.
Okay, so out of the box thinking here. So we're not the only ones that have a problem with housing. So NAU has a problem with housing, Covino has a problem, probably Gore, NAA, a whole bunch of folks have problems with housing. Have we thought seriously about coming together, those entities, and talking to one another about who's got land? How can we do a public-private partnership? Just because it hasn't been done does not mean that it can't be done. And if it's legal, Sterling could figure all of that out for us and do it. Because part of, I think, our answer to this whole housing issue is folks are going to have to figure out how they can work together more better than what they're doing. And so to me, it seems like it would be an easier fix, not easy, but at least we can have those conversations. I don't even know if during the alliance meetings, if people are even having those conversations, you know, about coming together and doing.
There's a workforce housing subcommittee of the alliance.
But subcommittee doesn't always mean that you're moving forward. They're just meetings. But anyway, I know that's just me being impatient. So.
And council member House says, have we looked at what other municipalities are doing to support employer-provided supported workforce housing programs?
I don't want to speak for Sarah. I'm going to let her come on up and tell you all that she knows.
Yeah. True.
Yes. No, we have looked at, and we have a list of things. Remember that when folks bring ideas forward from the community, they're not always aware that what happens in our neighboring states is not necessarily legal in Arizona. So we have a list of, yay, that sounds great for you. And then we have other things that we can work on locally. We've had conversations in the past, and it's time to approach them again, of working more hand in hand. But our challenge there has been resources. So city housing does not have an ongoing funding source. Every year we ask for one-time money. And I'm not being critical of that. It's just the fact of what it is. And the bond funding, fabulous. And we are super grateful. Again, it's one-time funding. So that idea of being able to plan with any sort of longevity or have meaningful conversations with community partners where we can come to the table with an idea of what that ongoing support on our behalf looks like or ongoing partnership looks like is difficult without having that projected piece. And so we've been talking with Gail Jackson from Econa, and I are playing phone tag at this moment. It's her turn, by the way, Gail, if you're listening. And so we've had conversations with NAU in the past. Folks are pretty proprietary about what land they have or what resources they have to add to the bucket. And so I'm thrilled to hear the Alliance is talking about it. If there's anything we can do to help with that or be involved, that'd be great. We do have a list of employer assisted housing ideas. I know Chief Musselman is, I don't want to say constantly in my ear, but let's go with regularly about needing housing for recruits and all of those pieces. And so we're aware, challenge and is resources.
I was going to say that we've got a lot of great resources in our community, and one resource that we have that I don't think is on any board or commission, but is a guy named Rich Payne, who did public-private partnerships at NAU for years. And he did some amazing things. And, Glenn Hope, they worked together. Both of them are retired from NAU, but they, state money and state land and all of that stuff, they figured it out. And so,
Rich is
he's in your circle.
He's in our circle.
Okay.
In regular communication, and we're willing to come to the table at any point in time and have conversations.
Rich Payne, not Rich Bowman. There's a guy named Rich Payne,
Yes.
Director of Housing, used to be.
So we pull people together, but we are unable to compel them. So, and if that's a direction council would like us to go again, we can do so. And as far as other municipalities, yes, we are looking, and there's everything from, things that don't cost a lot of money, like a brown bag bunch about homeownership resources, all the way to the company model for housing. And so where the direction and council lands on that and what our resources are like will really dictate those directions.
Quick comment. Things. John Wesley Panel Corridor. Lots happening out there. I think there's going to be a lot of housing out in that area.
How long?
What you're saying is we'll build it out and then it'll be gone?
No, it's like, when can we even start?
Oh, okay. That's a good question.
I asked the city manager that at one of our one-on-one meetings. It's like, hurry up, what are we doing?
So I'd be interested in answer Matthew's question. The other comment is a lot of people don't like higher density. But the reality is higher density creates more housing, and it makes the city more walkable, more bicyclable. It's consistent with our sustainability and carbon neutrality goals. So those are things, zoning laws and things like that, city can have a profound impact on. Encourage, higher density for the reasons I just listed. So any comments, go ahead, I'm done.
I'm gonna say this real quick, and then I'm not gonna dwell on it, but keep in mind, we're not gonna put high density in Southside, Sunnyside, and La Plaza. We got some land out there that's got a whole bunch of sunflowers on it, and we need to figure that out. People don't get to say, not in my backyard, because we're in a crisis here. So everybody's gotta suck it up. Sorry.
Just wanted to comment on that I'm hoping with our downtown revisioning and our audit on codes that start seeing some of that downtown, because absolutely, we've got to be creative in what we do, especially for walkability. And I'm hoping that in our code analysis or audit, that we can look at not just one size fits all, because what we zone for downtown might be different than on the outskirts and stuff, but thinking outside the box again. Sedona's giving incentives for Airbnb, and I know it's not a big percentage here, but just another little chip for people to go to long-term leases, and just putting it out there to start getting people to think. And state land, I mean, I think that we need to throw it all in the hat, and JW Powell, connecting that would be just open up, a whole list of housing. But I think that as we look at what Heidi was showing us, that we're going in a deficit every year, that we really need to try to put these things, on the urgency level. Again, I mentioned about people then buying out, even, I can't believe Winslow, the prices of their houses are going up well in the commute. And so what are we doing to our carbon neutrality? And if we don't do the urgency on the housing, people are going to be commuting, which just reverses our goals to reduce miles traveled and stuff. And so I think that, with those two focuses, it really just needs to, the housing really is an answer to a lot of that, because we're going to push people outside, and then they're going to buy a house inside city limits when it becomes available or affordable. So we need to address it now so we can keep them in the city limits and not be commuting so much. So.
Quickly, a follow-up. I'm talking higher density. I'm not just thinking about the south side, and I'm not just thinking about downtown. I'm saying in general, John Wesley Powell, it should be slightly higher density than what's probably being planned. Yeah, another concern that we've talked about before is short-term rentals. I was 2 houses down from where I live. It's basically a hotel now. It used to have a family in it. The house right across the street from me is owned by someone that lives in Phoenix, and they're only there 2 or 3 weeks a year. And we need to talk to our legislators about, there should be, I think that we should have a lower tax rate for owner occupied housing as opposed to second homes. I think you should get lower tax rate on your primary residence. If you have a secondary home, that should be a higher tax rate. I realize the city can't do that as its own, but we do have a lobbyist that talks to our legislators about these issues.
Also added to your legislative priorities.
God,
So Sarah, would be helpful when you guys get to that part.
yeah, let's talk about that.
I'll send her that note.
That one is coming your way, council, the legislative priorities. And I do want to make a distinction, as Heidi did at the dais the other night, between short-term rental and second home ownership, because they are not always the same. Short-term rental here in Flagstaff, is an issue, yes, but not at the level that we may be seeing with second home ownership, which is lights off, vacant house, for the year. Okay. I want to tie a couple of things together, if I may, and pardon me for looking at, but we've been having some discussion in the chat column as well about John Wesley Powell. That was mentioned, in response to the discussion about where can housing occur. But also Dan Folk notes that the suitability study, the land availability suitability study, we'll just call it LASS, LASS, is underway. I saw a short presentation of that Michelle McNulty did in front of the Downtown Business Alliance recently, and it was very encouraging to hear and see the things that are emerging in the course of that study. But I don't want to steal thunder from that presentation. Will be coming your way, an update on that as will an update on the John Wesley Powell discussions. All of these things are in the queue to be coming to council. Of course, the study that we're referencing that community development is overseeing is going to take some time, but you will get updates. And we're looking forward to that. It's going to be very relevant to the discussion we're having right now.
One more really quick follow-up. A previous city manager told me that 25% of the homes in Flagstaff are owned by someone that doesn't live here. And I just thought, I can't believe that, but apparently it's true.
Pretty close.
B&Bs, yep, we're getting close to 25%.
Thank you.
I have a lot of ideas, so just invite me to the meetings.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Interim Deputy HR Director. And I am here this morning to share some recruitment data with you guys. So what you'll see in these slides is reviewing data mainly from 2021, 2022, and 2023. You'll see all of our 2023 data is through November 30th. So this year we are up to, actually that number's already increased to 195 in just a week or so, but 195 recruitments with 323 hires, and internal movements made up 20% of that. So we're doing a fairly good job of promoting and moving employees within our organization. This next slide talks about time to hire. So I often hear that the recruitment process is slow. So I'm really excited to share this slide, which talks about the average time to hire. That is measured from the time that the requisition or the request to post a job is put into our system until the employee actually starts work. Our average is 64 days as of, again, 11/30. And what you'll see here is that our average time to hire is 75 days faster than our benchmark organizations. And those benchmark organizations are chosen through NeoGov to be similar in nature to our organization. When we break it down and look at the actual applications, we have had 3,977 as of November 30th. So I'm sure we'll break that 4,000 mark by the end of the year. And I thought it was really interesting statistics to look at 21, 22, and 23. We had the majority of our candidates in state. So for example, this year was 78% in state, and our Flagstaff locals made up 56%. So that included Flagstaff as well as any communities outlying within 30 miles. Applicants are finding our jobs by visiting our career pages website, which is the flagstaffcitycareers.com page. And the second highest is employee referrals. And I think we have a huge opportunity with our own employees selling our jobs, and we'll touch base a little bit more on that in a few minutes. This is where we get into some more of the technical details about our vacancy and our turnover. So your vacancy rates, that's percentage of your positions that were vacant compared to the total number of positions for a specific period of time. So through October of 2021, we were at 17. October of 2022, we were at 11. October of 2023, we're at 13.2%. So a little higher vacancy rate through November 30th of this year. And then our turnover rates, 2023 is still to be determined because we calculate those after the end of the calendar year. So we don't have that number yet. But you can see in 2022, it was 24.76%. And in 2021, it was 24.93. So both averages about 25%, which is higher than the state and local average, which were between 18.5% and 19%. Declined offers have been happening pretty regularly. It's interesting when you look at the data because this year and last year were pretty similar in nature. This year we had 98 declines and the year before we had 94. majority of people that are declining offers made to them have accepted another position. So I like to think about why are they declining the other positions? Is it, you know, we'll talk more about, is it pay? Is it benefits? Is it our processes taking longer and we're not able to catch those people before they accept another position? So 37 position this last year, 29 cited another reason. Maybe it's personal, maybe it's you know, something happening with their children, school daycare, maybe it is a decision to stay at their current job once the employer finds out that they are looking to leave. I found it interesting that only 6 cited cost of living or housing, and then 1 cited the cost of benefits. Numbers were very similar for the previous year. And then we had a number of positions that were just darn near impossible to fill. Every week, our recruitment team meets and sometimes we just shake our heads. How long are we going to keep seeing this position? So we pulled a few. We know that there's others that aren't on this list, but we put together some data. Public Works, our streets operations tech 1, 2, and 3 has had ongoing vacancies, especially in the 3 level, that highest level. Solid waste equipment operators and lead workers is another area within Public Works that's been challenging. Water services, the water services supervisor, we're kind of starting to wonder if we need to look at the qualifications for that position, because we're just not finding anyone that has those qualifications. So it's been open for a long time. Water services operator, I think that's probably the number one that sticks in my head. 9 vacancies, that's a lot of vacancies. Court judicial specialist, 6 vacancies. Police records tech and the emergency communications specialist. That one we don't have such a hard time recruiting for. The challenge is retaining them. It's a tough job. Project managers and senior project managers, those have been a challenge, but we've recently made some strides to make some changes to those positions from a class and comp perspective. So we're hopeful that that will resolve that. And then another personal favorite of mine was the construction inspector that was open for more than a year. We had 2 people that declined the salary, 2 people that ended up accepting another position, and the rest that applied were not qualified. Another thing that we looked at is our short-term retention. So we noted in 2023, these are all cumulative numbers, but in 2023, we had 1 person that accepted employment and didn't show up for orientation. And then adding to that, within the first week, we had 2 more, so a total of 3 now that were gone. By month 1, 5 had left. By 6 months, 34 people left. And by 1 year, 38. I see this as another huge opportunity to really work on our retention, our onboarding, to keep these people on board.
Question.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking about this on the other slide. Have you surveyed to find out, once they take these positions, then they have the sticker shock on the cost of living here, and that's why they leave? Is there another reason why retention is so?
Some of the things that people cite when they leave are better pay and benefits, career advancement, better working environment. Those were the top 3 that are cited when they leave.
Do we know where they're going when they leave us?
We may be able to pull that data. I don't know if we're asking for that specifically.
Because I'd like to, you know, it'd be interesting to see who they're leaving us to go to.
Yeah.
To see really that leaving is, you know, their salaries are better, then we can say, oh yeah, they pay.
Yeah.
This or whatever.
Yes. So some things that we have implemented that have made some improvements Our purchasing LinkedIn recruiter, that allows the recruiters to go in and either actively or passively contact the candidates. Some candidates are out there, they may not be looking for a job, but the LinkedIn recruiter gives us the ability to see their skills and match with them. So we can reach out, contact them and ask if they're interested in applying. The first time we ever tried it, it was successful. We ended up bringing on our class and comp manager, Justin, through this process. So it can work well and be a really strong tool. The next thing we've done, I mentioned earlier that our second highest population of attracting employees is through employee referrals. This past year, Annika was responsible for putting together an employee referral program, and it's been successful to date. What it is at the time of the interview, the employee receives a $25 payment. At the time of their hire, they're offered $75. And then at the time that new person hits that 1 year mark, the referring employee either gets a $250 payment, hours off with pay. I think that, you know, we've introduced this, but I think it would be good to take this out with more of an emphasis to current employees and really use them to help sell Team Flagstaff. We also, you know, post-COVID job fairs were all virtual, which was just kind of odd to have a job fair with no people in person. But we have gone back to going in person. NAU and CCC are a couple of the primary ones that we've done. We also were budgeted some money to revamp our job fair setup, really give it a more professional look, give out some swag and things like that. So we're looking professional in comparison to other agencies that are at those shows. And then we also had our first annual job fair. We partnered with the library to make that happen. And we had pretty good participation in that. We had some of the other divisions come and represent at that time. We did things like resume building, how to stand out as an internal applicant, because again, we promote movement within. And then the library did an applicant and virtual interview workshop. With our tool NeoGov, we have been able to give the hiring managers more autonomy and less having to wait on HR to do things that they're perfectly capable of doing more quickly than we can in most cases. Things like interview scheduling. Our tool allows the hiring manager to go in and set up the schedule. They send a notice to the candidates schedule. They can also do their advertising through NeoGov, which is helpful to just know what the P card is, and they can do it all on their own without waiting on us. We also added an other category to our subject matter expert review. So when your hiring managers are going in and they're looking at the minimum requirements, maybe it's a bachelor's and 2 years of experience and your candidate doesn't have that. Maybe they don't have the education, but they have more time in the position. Things like that would fall into the other category. So they can look at individual candidates and have some flexibility to see how they meet our minimums. And then we continuously work with each hiring manager to try to find solutions to meet their needs. I just had a conversation a few moments ago with Shannon Jones about one of his positions that's been open. We have not had a successful candidate for some time, so we're going to regroup and try some different things with that position. So always encouraging the division directors to know their areas of expertise and what resources are out there and how we might be able to shift and make a little change to find that successful candidate. And I'm going to hide it. Turn it back over to Heidi.
Yep. Make a comment about recruiting and looking at resumes and stuff. A lot of times, you know, when we go through looking at resumes, we're looking for, like, you know, did this person do this kind of a job, this kind of job, and we're not looking for transferable skills. And so it would be nice to help people look at how you screen an application for transferable skills. So I may not have done, the accounting, but when you look at my transferable skills, I've done all of those things in that accounting. Am I making sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So I would suggest that that might be helpful, because sometimes we screen people out and we screen out a good candidate because we don't see a specific job.
I think another tool that we're currently considering, council member, is looking at hires where people may not meet all the requisite criteria, but can achieve that criteria over time. So it would be a conditioned offer, allowing employees who, whatever's needed, further their education, obtain a certification, get the requisite training. Oftentimes we have good candidates and we know they're good candidates, but they don't check all the boxes. And I just think we need to, when we're able to, not across the board, but in many instances, be a little bit more flexible on that from a timing standpoint, and make the offers contingent upon the successful completion of those criteria.
So council, we, about the branding campaign that we had started a couple years ago, and we still are utilizing it. We're going to be updating some things, changing some things around. We have all of the photos that you see, except for that one. We do some from Discover Flagstaff, so when we're trying to give them a sense of place, and then we do others where we actually have our own employees in the ads, and then we actually can, in some cases, we call out, like, this is Josh who's in, the police department, that type of thing, to give it a little bit more of a homey feel and all that. So the purpose of this is to brand the organization. It is not for Jennifer to get that water services supervisor tomorrow. It's mainly to let people that are not paying attention to the city of Flagstaff and why they should work here to look at this and to give it a better understanding of what we do. And we talk about the assets, we talk about the environment, and we also talk about what it's like to work with the people. So I just wanted to remind you what a branding campaign is for. What we did with the recruitment team in 2023 is we started off doing some ads in the local newspapers, Daily Sun, Flagstaff Business News. We did the City of Flagstaff video. It is on the career site if you've never seen it, but I'm sure we showed it to you at a previous retreat. Greg is in it, so are others. And we also did a lot of radio advertisement. We did things in the Navajo Observer. We also asked everyone to signature. It is a rotating signature where, when someone's on your email for quite a long time, they see it rotate. If you haven't done it yet, you can reach out to me. We also worked with Madden Media to geofence certain things. So if you were at a library conference, for instance, and someone told us, and we thought we were really struggling to get like a deputy library director, for instance, we would geofence them. They would get something on their phone and it would actually ping them that we had a job available for them. Some of that has been successful and sometimes it's not successful, but we try to throw spaghetti at the wall. We look at LinkedIn sponsored posts and much more. We also did for some of the positions that Greg was trying to hire throughout his leadership team, we elevated it by making brochures that we could use in recruitment. We also have it in digital format. And I'm pretty sure that's why Paul Mood came here, was this brochure, right, Paul? So at any rate, what we're doing in FY 2024 is we're going to be doing more Mountain Line bus wraps. We can get a really good price on those. And you just see them all the time. We have one on there now. We will only use the Daily Sun on high readership days since they have lessened their amount of times that they actually distribute their paper. I think, Chief, that we finished your fire department video. Yes, awesome. Because we had before done just one for PD. So we wanted to make sure that they could have something that really spoke to what they do. We also are doing Harkins Theater ads. And believe it or not, I know some of you are the ones that like buy your ticket and then just sit down right before the show. I will tell you, I was at the movies 2 weeks ago and we were all watching the commercials. So I just want you to know they do work, and it is a great way to let people know about what we have. We are doing concentrated ad buys. So for instance, if you're having trouble with water service supervisor, we need to sit down with the Discover Flagstaff team, and we need to talk, and the water services group, and we need to talk about what we haven't done, and we need to create a plan. We also have continued to do Cool Careers branding on the career website that Jennifer talked about. And we're going to be doing some grocery store shopping cart advertisements, because you won't look at them. I know I do. I know every realtor in town that's on it. So at any rate, we're going to be doing anything that we can. And then also, police department came to us with an idea, and it was to do some ads at the Anytime Fitness locations in different cities. And so the ad right there is the one that they've approved, and that is going to be running. So we are here to do anything that we can, but I will tell all the leaders in the room today, I don't know your business better than you. So you need to come to us, and you need to share with us where you think your people are looking, and we will help put something together for you. And then I'm going to turn it back over to Jen. Okay. Thanks.
So we do have several opportunities for improvement and ways to better our business. First is workload management. So we have 80 open recruitments right now. We have an analyst and a recruiter, and then sometimes I step in to help when it gets a little out of control. So this unfortunately leads us to be more reactive than proactive. It would be nice if we had time to do searching on industry, what's new in the industry and best practices and things like that. But most of the time we're finding ourselves being reactive rather than proactive. So that's definitely something that we can improve on. We are going to be doing some more cross training in our team as we do some shifts in HR, just to have other people that can help out when we have a week where there's 7 to 9 recruitments that need to be opened. And then we'll continue to evaluate additional staffing needs as part of practice. As far as streamlining the recruitment process, I mentioned earlier how one of the highest ways we're losing candidates is due to other positions. I think we have an opportunity there to try to narrow that timeline down. And just consolidate and kind of think ahead a little bit more to help us push that process faster. There's a couple ways that we can do that, some things that we've looked into. One is called video interviewing. So we would be able to set up a generic set of questions, and as the hiring manager gets candidates that come through and qualify for an interview, they can send the interview information to the candidate. And that allows that hiring manager or even the team that's going to be interviewing to watch that anytime they can. You don't have to, try to narrow down. It's going to be Thursday from 10 to 2 when we're going to do these interviews. You can watch them from the convenience of your desk anytime, day or night. Wake up in the middle of the night, bored, you can watch your interview all on your own. So that would be pretty amazing. We're going to do some talking with hiring managers to see if that's something that they feel would be good for their areas. I think some would be more challenging in some fields than others, but definitely a possibility. We're also doing it, looking into a background check and integration. So our NeoGov, there's several different vendors that just allow us to do the backgrounds. It pulls all the information over from NeoGov. We don't have to go in and re-enter it for every single one, which can be a lot of information because we're looking back 7 years. And then also modifying to an open until filled philosophy so that the jobs stay open and you're able to pull the candidates as you go. And when you find your qualified candidates, you can go ahead and do those interviews. You don't have to wait until that, you don't have a date that you're waiting for. I mentioned the possibility of, thinking of all the things we can do to decrease our timelines. So some of our challenges are that it takes a long time to get people on board. It takes a long time to get through the recruitment process.
So one idea is when your position opens is to go ahead and have hiring managers schedule the date for the interviews, get the interview questions done. So when that closing date hits, you're ready to go. We often see it takes 2 to 3 weeks sometimes for a hiring manager to complete their SMEs. And that really impacts our ability to get those candidates before they move on. Because if they're actively looking, they may be taking their first offer. So we want to be able to do that as quickly as possible. We are also looking at, so in addition to timeliness, we're also looking at doing some recruitment training, just some little snippet videos. Right now, we have a document that is full of links and screenshots and directions for the hiring managers, but we recognize that people learn in different ways, so we want to offer some videos as well. And we will continue to reevaluate positions as they come through and we have challenges. Heidi's got a lot of ideas, and so we're all here to work together to try to get you the best candidate as soon as we possibly can. We will also continuing, like Allison was talking about earlier, we'll continue to look at compensation and those changes. We're looking at some changes to leave policies. So things that aren't directly compensation that may positively impact how the city ranks as a employer of choice. Implementing new retention tools. One thing that will be bringing to you very soon, next Tuesday, I believe, is something called Onboard. It's another platform through NeoGov, and it helps us to onboard the employee. It gives them a lot of it gives them a specific portal to them, and we can feed information through that portal. And then the last, we kind of already mentioned it, is just balancing our work programs. We've had, and I think most of you know, a ton of changes in human resources with Randy being out. One of our HR managers, his last day is tomorrow. So just a lot of changes and really just trying our best to do some cross training and balance all of our work programs. So before I turn it back over to Heidi, do you guys have any questions? I know it's a lot of information.
There's a question.
Okay.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, Rebecca was asking if we could do this presentation for extended leadership and leadership. We would love to.
You tell Rebecca we say thank you for.
I'm not up for service partner, so I'm not sure who is.
I think it is Nicole, and I could help as well.
Is that after lunch?
Yeah, that's after lunch. Oh, we're doing good.
After lunch.
The hook, Nicole.
Hey, Nicole, you're off the hook for a little while. How's everybody doing so far? Pretty good? Everybody doing great?
Great.
Nice. We are still 14 minutes ahead, so that's great. So yeah, we're doing really well. Let's open it up. Let's take a few moments for additional questions, public comments. I think we wanted to include here. And then as we break for lunch, as we get ready for lunch, I love to do this. We've all been sitting in a room together for, the last, several hours. And it's really easy when we break out and we start discussing what we've learned, what we've heard this morning, to focus on maybe some of the negatives. I want to switch that thinking. I want everyone to be able to come back into the room after lunch with 2 positive things that you can say, that you can identify out of the morning session. And then we're going to build from there. Everybody okay with that? Okay. Oh, okay. Right. We have to. All right. Yes, we have to, because we want to make sure that we're continuing to move forward. And yes, we always have to have those difficult conversations, but we can have those at another time. Let's keep moving forward and let's keep building on the good things that we've discussed this morning. Okay. Again, yes. Yes, that's okay. All right, very good. Let's open it up for public comments. Do we?
Observations, on the last discussion about recruitment. Thank you so much to the team for presenting, two comments. One, what's going on in HR just like exemplifies what's happening throughout the organization. And I think you can glean from all the data that, even with the vacancy rate of what was it, 13%, that's not across the board. We have some divisions that are struggling and other ones that are not. But specific to HR, and for a variety of circumstances, we've had so many vacancies and recently at the leadership level, there's been a lot of creative movement to help backfill those vacancies. Because at the heart of everything we're talking about, budget team, recruitment, retention, HR has involvement. And when HR is short-staffed, they would not be able to function at that level that is benefiting the entire organization. So there's been some creative movement, and I want to just acknowledge that we brought Allison in through a consultant who has helped us before. She was here, as she mentioned, in 2019. We're grateful to have her back. We have elevated Jennifer Caputo to a deputy position. She's holding on an interim basis right now, but frankly, we're going to evaluate making that position permanent. We do have a retirement happening tomorrow. We're actively recruiting to, we've had some success recruiting internally, advancing our employees within. Stay tuned for some announcements there. And we're actively recruiting to bring people in from the outside. Jessica Vigorito, who was with HR for a while, and then Chief Gaylord stole her and brought her over into fire. Thank you very much, Chief. You and Heidi obviously went to the same school of pirating from other divisions. But we have, and I'm going to give you some props here. The chief has agreed and Jessica has agreed to come back to HR on a part-time basis and help us. We've also assembled this class and comp team. There's many people comprising that team. We're starting to meet. So it is an all hands on deck. And I think, again, it kind of embodies or exemplifies what is happening throughout the organization. We're getting creative where we can. The other takeaway, and I know it's a bit in the negative realm, but we'll come back with positives after lunch. But it's not all about recruitment, as we can see. We're challenged greatly at times with retention. So the employees were losing, and think about it from an employer's viewpoint. You recruit, you hire, you train, you spend a lot of time, resources bringing that individual into the organization. And then when they leave early, as the numbers indicate, shockingly in some instances, we're losing a lot of, there's a lot of investment of resources. We're losing a valuable person. I don't mean to, talk about this in terms of dollars and cents. At the heart of it is a person that we're losing, but we're also seeing a loss of return on our investment, to put it in economic terms. So this is a big deal for us, is getting to a place where we can keep the employees that we're trying so hard to recruit. So a couple of takeaways. Thanks, Mayor.
I'm wondering, since city council meetings are the hot ticket in town, for everyone to watch.
It's like, you should move to Harkin Theaters, since everybody, we can bring it to a higher level.
Yeah, I think so. But I'm wondering, if during public comment on a regular basis, someone from a department could talk about positions that are open and maybe, like the kind of skills, the kind of person that they're looking for to fill those positions.
Let us run with that. That's a great suggestion.
3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Make it sound exciting.
With pictures.
Yes.
Thank you for the suggestion.
Anyone else?
Oh, I was gonna say, Also, think about, the university in terms of maybe part-time positions. You know, college is expensive. And some of those students have flexible schedules and they might not mind being outside shoveling snow or whatever, because they don't want to be in the kitchen washing dishes. They're outdoorsy people and that's what they like to do. And so it's a great way to pay for college and they may not have even thought about, always think about construction management, you know, folks. So it's a thought.
Indeed, thank you. Internships, and then adding to that, you know, we have had success in hiring graduates from NAU right out of the classroom. Something we need to think about more.
There's always someone in a room like this that has a question that's just burning them up, okay? But you're waiting for somebody else to ask it. So
Not with this group.
you're not with this group?
I've already asked the question.
Okay. There's one person at least. Anyway, and I don't mean to really put anyone on the spot, but you know, as you've been listening, as we've worked through the morning, you know, if you have a question or a comment that, you know, now's the time. You know, we've got a couple minutes and there's someone in this room that can maybe address that concern. That's a great question. What is for lunch?
You've got pizza and salad.
Pizza and salad. All right. See, there you go. All right. Thank you for breaking the seal. Anybody else? I didn't say what kind of question it had to be. No? Everybody's hungry? Everybody's ready for a break? Okay, good. We're gonna break about 6 minutes early. Thank you very much. And really appreciate everyone who has presented this morning. Thank you for your preparation and we will see you. Our break is going to be about 36 minutes. We'll be back at 12:30. Our seats again. Couple of things. We're going to continue to move at a pretty good pace. Now I have it confirmed. You guys aren't going to be upset at me if we get out a few minutes early, right? Okay, all right. Good. So one of the things that we asked going out to lunch was because I figured, you know, we're all going to be in small groups. We're going to be talking about stuff and maybe the conversation might swing a little bit too far to the negative side. So we wanted to avoid that. So I asked you for two things that you could say were positive out of the morning session. So who wants to go? Who wants to share with me two things? Yes.
Well, in my 7 years on council, I've gone to a lot of these retreats. And one thing I thought was really interesting today is that we have some new problems, housing. I mean, it's been around for a long time, but it's more intense. And our maintaining our staff. And what I thought was very positive is we spent some time on that. And we heard a lot of good ideas from staff and some good ideas from council members. So I thought that was very positive.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else want to share?
The cookies are good too.
And the cookies are good too. That's two things. Yes.
I want to echo housing is getting more elevated and that's exciting for me. And that Scott has put in a work order for this faucet.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So we have housing, we have cookies, and we have the fountain. All right. We're doing well.
Yeah, you know, we continue to do better than projections in terms of our revenue. This is my 5th or 6th year of doing this. You said something like 24 budget meetings since you've been here, so I've been for a few more of those. Councilmember McCarthy, even more than that. I have never been involved in a budget process where we've been tasked with the very difficult job of cutting services and finding ways to scale back. And I'm just really grateful for that. Budget time is fun when you have money to spend. So there's that. And the second thing I wanted to mention is that I don't think there's anything in particular, at least around the edges, that I've heard this morning from my fellow council members that I don't.
Okay, very good.
Seems to be a lot of consensus in the room with conversations.
Thank you for that. Very, I have time for one more. Who else wants to wave in? Maybe someone from the back there. You guys are all really quiet, but you seem really attentive, so. Yes.
Negative and positive. So we were talking about hiring and recruitment, and how many people have turned down positions and how many have left within a year. And I just caution people, don't always look at that as a negative. So there's a reason at the police department, we send our police recruits through a police academy, because not everyone is cut out to provide the level of service we expect at the city of Flagstaff. The same we do with dispatch training and other training. So some of those losses, just don't look at them as a negative. Some of those are positive. We may have saved ourselves a lawsuit or sent somebody to someplace else where their expectations are lower.
Thank you. Thank you for that. All right, appreciate everybody sharing as well. All right. And what we're doing right now, you're like, why are we applauding? We're applauding the positive. And we're applauding the focus on the positive. So let's build from there. Let's continue the momentum and let's keep moving forward. So next up is Nicole Antonopoulos. I got that right, huh? Oh, man. All right, I'm sitting down now. And Rick Tatter will be up as well. This is updates our service partner request process. Thank you.
Everyone enjoyed lunch.
Except for you.
Rick begged me to tell a budget riddle.
A budget riddle?
Budget riddle. I'll drop it in the chat. You don't have to answer right away. And of course, most of you know I love to do this. So thank you for indulging me. You ready? A chicken was given $7. An ant was given $21. A spider was given $28. How much money was the dog given? Okay. You get to think about that. I'll put it in the chat and then we can get back. Okay.
You said the dog?
Dog.
Give me the numbers again. 7.
Okay. A chicken was given $7. An ant was given 21. A spider was given 28. How much money was the dog?
And it was the dog.
Because
Mhm.
they ate the chicken.
Answer to come. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for entertaining me. Yes. So we're here just to provide a very high level review of a upcoming service partner request form application, if you will. Many of the council members may be familiar that over the years, the city has given monies to service organizations in the community. And while this is not a standard open process like a grant or some type of rebate, we do see that service organizations are asking the city for help. And with that in mind, we thought that it would be very beneficial to create a more structured process that has consistency to it, that is more accessible and equitable. This is an opportunity for us to really create a clear and, as I said, consistent process. And we want to make sure that that is better aligned with the budget process. Some council members may recall that we have seen requests come very late in the fiscal year, right before budget is about to be carried across the finish line. That has a lot of, adds a lot of stress within the organization for staff to get things moving forward, to ensure that the information is communicated effectively to the council and so forth. And so we want to make sure that have a process that can all the great work that's being put into, as you heard earlier, it's 6 months of budget. We also want to take this opportunity to create a process that better aligns with PBB. And recognizing all the work that's gone into PBB will continue to go into PBB. And we want to ensure that we've got alignment that is embedded in a service organization application. And then we want to
put some more context to the requests. We have seen in the past a variety of requests. They can come in through an email. They can come in through public participation at the council. So we want to create some more structure. And then we want to also be as transparent as possible with city funding. And then we want to ask for increased accountability from the fund recipients. So an actual report back to the council of those impacts. We also want to put the onus on the recipients to state what those and as I noted, we will dive into this in a lot more detail in February. So we really just want to give you a flavor of what is to come. And this slide will just give you a high-level overview of the table of contents. And just for the sake of conversation, we will, as I said, create a structure around this process to better align with our budget timeline. And so we will have an application deadline and review timeline. We will have a component that highlights eligibility and requirements. We will talk about that aligning with the city council's mission or the city's mission, vision, organizational values, and then of course, PBB. We will have an application that is formally submitted. And then we will have information that's like the acceptance of terms and conditions. And then we will provide applicant support. That's to promote that consistency. And we have built this off of a number of grant programs that exist within the organization, our Friends in Beautification, the Neighborhood Sustainability Grant. So we've learned a lot over the years in these offerings to bring those over into the service application. We also worked with our Friends in Housing because they distribute funding sources. So we're trying to take the best practices from all of these areas within the organization and provide some consistency. With that, Rick, did I miss anything that you'd like to add before we ask for that?
Besides the answer to the joke.
Well, yeah, that you're not getting
That
that
still
yet.
comes later. No, this is a great team effort. Nicole really helped us kick this off with her team developing this application. It's been a struggle. Every year we get these hits like, hey, can you fund this? Can you fund that? And it's hard to bring that to councils. They ask for funding without really the background to it. And you've asked good questions when we bring things forward. What's their financial commitments and those kind of things? So bring this all together as one, I think will help you, help us as we go forward and write contracts for these people. But a great effort. Nicole, Patrick Brown from purchasing, we always want to make sure we're procuring properly. Just because somebody asks for funding, somebody else could do the same work. So we got to make sure we're doing procurement right. So he's been involved in this as well as we're bouncing it off legal team to make sure we're aligning with our legal requirements of spending government funds. So it's been a great effort and I look forward to getting this out there.
So with that, happy to answer any questions. Again, we're going to take more time in February. We're just finishing, crossing all T's and dotting all I's with legal and procurement reviews, and look forward to having the conversation with council.
Question.
Pulling this together.
Okay, so these funds are coming from where?
We don't have funds set aside for this. This is not something where we're asking the community, hey, ask for funds and we got a pot set aside. This is a tool for those who do come during a budget process, something and does ask. And then it comes to April when we bring these forward for you, the council, to decide if we're going to obligate funds on this. We don't set aside funds for this. We have a lot of needs in our organization, a lot of spent resources already. So this is really just that tool to decide if budgeting is allocated.
Let me add on to that. Our hope is also that it provides consistency for the council to make decisions too. So that when you're reviewing information or considerations, that you've got the same type of information from each service organization. We know there's always going to be outliers, absolutely, but we're hoping to create a more streamlined process that also supports the council better.
Question, the service provider or partner request, just so I know, are these the organizations that provide a service within the community, whether it be the Humane Society or a shelter. That's what we're talking about here. And so that's what I assumed. So are we excluding by not, because thinking of one that's maybe the animal shelters may not fit into how they align, but they provide a community service. And so I just don't want them to not get scored or valued. So it's built into there that would still,
Yes, and everything will come to the council. Staff will not be eliminating, if you will, applications, but we want to make sure where staff will, on the front end, work with these service organizations to ensure that they fill out the application well and with as much appropriate information that will then allow the council to make that informed decision.
and is it also included to see financial information? How many's?
I think we have that, yeah.
Yeah.
We have that in there.
And we have some questions like, are you leveraging funds? Have you received funds from the city of Flagstaff in the past? Do you have community partners? So really trying to get that big picture and see how it fits into that. Absolutely. Okay,
I have a comment.
please.
One thing that we've expressed, I think this is a worthy pursuit, but a risk that could be inherent in this is, as was mentioned at the outset, we generally don't have funding put in place for the requests that come in. It kind of formalizes the process and may, in the eyes of many, look like the city's opening up an application process for any and all, when we don't have the funding in place. Nevertheless, I think it's worthy to have some criteria here as we're talking about organizations that have already received funding from the city. Bear in mind too that the city allocates a large sum of money each year to United Way, and United Way as an organization distributes that money to numerous service organizations. So I think part of the questioning could also be, do you receive money? Have you received money from the city or through indirect means through like United Way of Northern Arizona?
That is in there. It is in there to ask, are you already receiving indirectly city funds or from other partners? Yeah, we do have that.
I'd like to add to that point. Thank you for bringing that up because unless they've changed, I haven't pursued United Way in a long time, but they're very focused in where they give their dollars, which excludes then others that
Yes.
have more of a need because they don't have the access to a larger organization like United Way to give them money because they don't fit into their, I think they had like 3 focuses, education, I forgot what they were, but there's a lot of other organizations that need it. It's important to know they don't have access to that, but they're still important to our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll expect some guesses to the riddle in the chat.
I'm stumped.
Member House has her guess.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to have plenty of time for additional questions, I'm sure, at the end. So we had set aside about 45 minutes for this next piece. It's consideration of new city holidays. Greg Clifton and Shannon Anderson will present. Definitely, I'm sure there will be some questions that come out of this one. So just know we're ahead of the game, so we don't have to rush through this piece. We don't have to drag it on either, but we definitely don't have to rush. No applause for these guys. Oh, I forgot to cue you.
That was good. Are there any questions?
All right. So we thought we would talk about what's currently existing first before we start talking about some new considerations. So what you see on the screen here are all of the city holidays that we observe, the day that we observe them, as well as the floating holiday. You'll notice that I've only included one for right now. As you know, we're considering that additional half day We'll have the second read this Tuesday, and so depending on that outcome, that obviously will fluctuate. Wanted to also share with you, this is the 2022 Arizona League Survey. So this identifies for you how many of those cities and towns and counties are recognizing. So these are observed holidays that are paid by the employer. So we have 11, including our floating holiday. But you can see a majority of the cities are typically at the 10 to 11, and then you see another spike with that 12 holidays where we have 18 agencies. The varies just means that they had multiple different ones that they did. It wasn't the same for all of their employees, and so it was hard for them to say we give X amount because it varied based on what class of employees those holidays impacted. And there was 10 that didn't participate
I have a
in this portion. Go ahead.
Who has 17?
That's my question.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, I'd have to go back and look. I don't want to misspeak because I actually.
Say it out loud, somebody's gonna find
That was
an issue, so.
I just did tallies. I didn't write down the names. I certainly can go back to the survey though and look for you. I'll put it in the chat. And so this is our consideration of new city holidays. I think as we start to talk about this, it's important for council to know it costs the city about $94,000 if we are going to actually observe the holiday, which means we close non-essential services that day. The reason that there's a direct cost is because we are backfilling to make sure we meet our minimum staffing. And then we also have a compensation rule called holiday time worked. And so when somebody is working that day, they get a premium pay for working those hours. Obviously, there's the productivity that you lose for that day as well. But that approximate $94,000 is what it would cost us if we decided to be an actual observed holiday added to our list of 11. So a little bit about Juneteenth. Most agencies observe this on June 19th. This was the 11th federal American holiday added in 2021. It was the first one that had been adopted since 1983. What we've seen other government agencies do is they have added it, so it's an observed holiday for them. Some have says we recognize this holiday, so they might do a proclamation in recognition, and others have added an additional floating holiday so that employees can use it for this holiday or another that might be important to them. The second holiday that we've been talking about as an organization is Indigenous Peoples Day. This has a little bit of variation. Some are observing it on October 11th, and then other agencies are observing it on the second Monday in October. President Biden commemorated this with a presidential proclamation in 21. President Obama designated the day after Thanksgiving as the Native American Heritage Day by resolution in 2009. Again, some organizations are celebrating this in Columbus Day. Others have followed changing that day after Thanksgiving to a Native American Heritage Day. And so again, we're seeing organizations handle this differently depending on what works for them and their community. Yes.
I just want to share that the Indigenous Commission is very strongly against the day after Thanksgiving. It had a lot of negative ties to it, and because we discussed all these different options that are out there, and they did not want that day of remembrance and reflection to be tied to Black Friday, to be the day after Thanksgiving, which is not a Thanksgiving to them. And so I just wanted to put that out there, that that was not that our group would.
Thank you for sharing that. So those are the backgrounds behind the two holidays that have been discussed by the org. And there's different types of options for us to do. We can continue to recognize through proclamation, through celebrations and events. We could decide to add it to one of the observed days. We could decide that we do a floating holiday. Employees, again, use it at the time that they feel is most important and meaningful for them. There's various options. Go ahead, Mayor.
logistically, how does it work for the city or for different divisions if you have a floating holiday versus an all observed day?
So there could be some similarities in the fact if they have to backfill for minimum staffing, but the benefit is it's not everyone, it's not happening on the same day. So one person might take floating holiday for Juneteenth, another one might take it for Indigenous Day, another one might take it for a different holiday that again is meaningful for them. And so oftentimes when it's a floating holiday, you have more flexibility because you're able to plan for your minimum staffing because it's not all happening on the same day. So it doesn't necessarily have the same cost as when we decide to close our organization and our operations.
And if we select a day that is also a federal holiday, if an employee works on that day, then are they paid time and a half? Or because we have floating holidays, would they just receive regular pay?
So if it's a floating holiday, it's not considered holiday time work, so not the time and a half, because it's not an actual observed day. So for if we observe June 19th as June, would have the observed day. So anyone who worked that day would get time and a half and would be paid at holiday time work. That's what we call it here. It's not because it's a federally designated holiday. It's because we've identified it as an observed holiday in our list. If it was a floating holiday, we take it when we want. And so there is not necessarily that holiday time worked because it's not an observed day. But there could still be maybe overtime if we needed to pay someone to come in order to meet our minimum staffing. Does that help differentiate?
Yes, and the 94,000 cost, this is for an observed holiday, and that includes time and a half and
backfill.
So do we, as a city, observe every federal holiday?
As an example, I'm sorry. As an example, we do not observe Columbus Day. Columbus Day is still a federal holiday. And that, if I may add a comment onto that, one of the options here with respect to Indigenous Peoples' Day is recognizing that some celebrate it in lieu of Columbus Day. Well, Columbus Day being a federal holiday, we still see a lot of banks close, federal institutions, of course. So I think there's some consideration to be had of, having a city recognized holiday when other institutions are likewise closed. But today we have not, we do not recognize that. The other comment I'll add, and then we can take more comments and questions, is I don't want to speak in favor or against the floating holiday, but one consideration is that a floating holiday certainly is beneficial to the organization because we're not having an observed day, and so we don't have all the issues that Shannon was describing. But on the downside, it arguably takes away the meaning of the holiday that was initially intended to be recognized. People who enjoy floating holidays don't always attribute them to any recognition of anything. It's just a holiday, and over time it may get a little bit diluted as to why that holiday exists. So if some of the work have been advanced by council, and we want to be respectful of council, I believe in underlying intentions here to recognize the day and the reasoning for the day. So I just wanted to put that out on the table as well for consideration. Thanks.
Is Martin Luther King Day a city recognized holiday?
Yes. Yeah. And the federal holiday as well.
I couldn't read it all at once. Okay, so yes. Go back to your slide that was up before I asked.
Interject one more thing, just in the discussions from the members of the commission, as far as Indigenous Peoples' Day. the desire was to have not just a proclamation, but an actual focused day of reflection, remembrance. And so that was the desire and the heart to bring that forward. So I just want to add.
And Councilmember Matthews, did they have a preference on that October 11th or the second day in October?
You know, I keep looking to see if Rose pops in, but when I spoke to Rose about bringing this to council, it was the, if I remember right, the second Monday. But I could be very wrong on that.
Good afternoon. This is Rose. It is the second Monday in October.
Thank you, Rose.
Kind of like Sterling.
Like
behind the curtain.
Rose, have I misrepresented in any way the desires?
No, you haven't. You've delivered the message from the Indigenous Commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll throw something out there, and I may get a lot of argument on this, but it would seem that Martin Luther King Day and Juneteenth are some similarities. I'll just throw that out there. So it might be, in fact, two holidays to celebrate kind of the same thing. Discussion?
I could give you a history lesson, but we don't have time. Same.
I thought.
So if we added both, it would be roughly 200,000 a year.
Thank you for not asking me to do math in my head.
Are you asking for direction?
We thought it would be good to put it out on the table and see where council is. I mean, I believe both these are they fair requests? And if we don't have direction today, I mean, we're going to honor that fair request and bring them back to the dais. But it's there's two requests that both equate to a city holiday. There's a budgetary consideration and all these other considerations we're putting out on the table. So yeah, we thought it would be good to get some direction.
Say go for it for both of them. I think they're both appropriate.
As city recognized holidays. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
This comment that this kind of ties into the idea of, employee retention. Maybe you want to comment to that. If our employees get another 2 days off a year, that might make them happier.
Yes, but again, I'm going to go back to my earlier comments and emphasize that we don't want to couch this in terms of an employee benefit, even though there's a genuine employee benefit if we're talking about closure of city operations for a day. The significance behind these is honoring the underlying event, one being Indigenous peoples. And as a reminder, we have had Indigenous Day celebrations, but and we've had proclamations and they have been wonderful. But it has not been a recognized holiday, and this is taking it to that level. And of course, Juneteenth with its history, same comment, and that one now a federal holiday. So I just don't want to, again, dilute the reason that we're having this discussion, which is about recognizing these two important events. Other thoughts?
Councilmember House did put some comments in the chat. And if I
Please
read those. Thank you, Rose, and thank you, City Manager, for that point on floating holidays. I introduced the fair on Juneteenth. Councilmember McCarthy, no, Juneteenth and MLK Day are not the same. We're celebrating the same thing. And I would like to emphasize my desire to see it recognized as a city holiday. Not to get overtly social on this, but I think the cost that was paid by the souls recognized on Juneteenth outweighs the budgetary cost of recognizing that loss. I agree with Vice Mayor, and I would like to state my unequivocal support for both official city holidays.
Thank you for reading that.
Just another note, I'm always for it. This doesn't really affect me and the role that I have here at the city, but I'm always in favor of another holiday. I think our staff and our leadership and all of our crew work very hard. They deserve the extra time off. We don't need to be a hustle culture. We just want to do an honest day's work for an honest day's pay and get the job done and maybe relax a little bit during the 365 days we have each year.
Thank you for that. Yes.
I just hope no one was offended by my discussion item. I just brought it out, thinking out loud, you know, and in the spirit of brainstorming, all good ideas should be put on the table to be discussed. So the bottom line is, I would support both of these holidays.
And I don't want to speak for others. I don't believe offense was taken.
I just want to make sure that it wasn't taken that way.
Right.
No, I don't think either one of us took that as an offense. It just goes to show how much we don't teach history, you know, about a lot of different things. So that's, yeah, but I would support both days.
Thank you, Councilman.
So if Juneteenth falls on a Saturday or Sunday, would we do like other holidays and take the Friday or the Monday?
Yeah, these are, can you go back to the list? We'll see. These, you know, some of them are calendar days. Many are a designated Monday. Those that are calendar day, and Thanksgiving, of course, being the fourth Thursday, but the calendar days, should it fall on a weekend, we go to the day before or day after, depending on whether it's a Saturday or Sunday.
So I would suggest that, can you go back to the other slide, favorite slide?
That's fine.
I would say that it would be, you know, this is just for discussion. I would think the second Monday would probably be better than a given date.
So it was requested.
Or Indigenous Peoples' Day.
Yes, and the reason is you don't have this deal about, well, what if it happens on a Saturday or Sunday? And the other thing is, in reality, I mean, it's backpacking. I love to get a 3-day weekend as opposed to having a Tuesday off or something.
Yeah, and I don't know that it's very compelling to the discussion, but it also occurred to me when I was glancing at this that there is not a celebrated holiday in June up until now. We have a federal holiday being Juneteenth, and we're talking about making it a city holiday. Unless I'm skipping something, I think this would be the first recognized holiday in June, and a similar comment in October. So I don't know what relevance that has other than, you know, the holidays are nicely dispersed throughout the calendar year.
Anyway, my major point is people can get a 3-day weekend as opposed to a Thursday off or something. I think that has a lot of advantages. So I'm going to rethink my original comment about not having time. So give me 30 seconds. So June 19th is the day that the general came into Galveston, Texas, to let the slaves in that state know that they had been free for exactly almost 2 or 3 years. And so that's the significance. People were still being enslaved, even though others knew that they were free, according to Lincoln's proclamation, informing people. And so that's a really big issue, you know. So anyway, just a little, you can always go out there and Google and read more, but.
Good history. Thank you for sharing, Councilman.
Attend events.
Oh, yeah, I did events, yeah.
This topic right now has a lot of bearing on the organization for all the reasons stated. So I want to make sure any of the leadership out there, anybody who has thoughts or comments or concerns about this, please speak up. It's an important discussion. I thought this would take at least 45 minutes. We seem to be sailing right along. Thank you for indulging us.
Stacy is the sixth one. Sixth one as well.
I only have one slide, so.
Are you talking about more city holidays? What do you get to talk about?
Oh, charter.
Oh,
Thank you, guys.
All right. So I was asked to kind of go over a little bit, the results of our charter election. We had 19 questions that were advanced to the voters back in November, quite a hefty number to put out there. I'm happy to say that 12 of those 19 were successful and passed by the voters. Those amendments have been forwarded to the governor for their review and ultimate sign off. Once we get that confirmation and sign off by the governor, we'll go ahead and enact essentially those changes to our charter. So I wanted to just review a little bit about each of the items that were approved. So the first, I think as elected officials, you'll hopefully appreciate this flexibility, but it had to do with the signature requirements for council nomination. And what this essentially is going to do is going to add the ability of a council to pass an ordinance that will reduce the number of signatures needed to 1,000. Rather than that 5% that is currently required in state law. Now, if the 5% happens to be less than 1,000, that would take precedent over that particular ordinance. So that was approved. Proposition 462 had to do with purchases and contracts. There were a few changes within this particular section, but the big one that came out of this is increasing our purchasing threshold from 50,000 to 100,000. So I know our folks in purchasing are very excited about this. I think it will give us a lot more flexibility within our acquiring of goods and services. Proposition 464 also was focused on our procurement practices. This particular change really brought some continuity to our purchasing practices. It brought them in line with best practices throughout the United States. And it really cleaned up some of the language within our charter to be more reflective of the entirety of the procurement processes that we use. So the way that our charter was initially set really focused on the bid procurement method. And that is a component of our procurement processes, but there was a lot more encompassing the tools that we use in procurement. And so by kind of broadening the language within our charter, it gives us a lot of comfort in knowing that we can utilize all of these different methods and stay within the confines of our charter. Proposition 465. Related to leases and sale of real city property. So the way our charter was initially set up, this provision or this section of the charter focused on all city properties. And so we felt that it would be helpful to separate real city property from personal property. So real city property that is physical land. It's buildings, land, as opposed to selling things off such as computers or extra equipment. And so this provision married a couple of sections within our charter to, again, really focus on real property and kind of clarify things in our practices. Yes, go ahead.
I know it's of interest, so I'll ask it. The 461, the council nomination numbers, right? The petition. It will take an ordinance by the council to bring that down to 1,000 signatures versus what is currently in place.
That is correct.
But in the last election, my memory serves me right, it was 1,604 signatures. Right. 1,602. Thank you. Are you sure, Councilman?
I'm deadly sure. That was a lot.
1,602. Thank you for that. Mechanically, we would need to have an ordinance come I'm already thinking now for the 2024 election. We're a little bit late in the game, of course, and that was inevitable, but is there a downside? It's going to be a policy decision by the council and we need to slate that, but how soon? Seems like we should have that conversation soon.
Absolutely. So the big piece on that is waiting for approval from the governor. We really wouldn't be able to do anything until we get that piece. I am hoping, I'm optimistic that we might get that sign off in January, which would ultimately mean if I brought forward an ordinance for the council to consider, in terms of the 2024 election. Again, as you know, with ordinances, there's a 30-day waiting period. So we would be coming really close to that April timeline in which signatures are required to be submitted to my office. So there's slight possibility that we could enact that before that April date. But I guess it's hard to know. Hard to know.
The number now.
1131.
Yeah.
Sure.
So it is just slightly above that 1,000 threshold. I think where this is going to be most advantageous for candidates will be in that 26. As you know, we tend to have significantly higher voter turnout for presidential elections. So that's going to certainly play into the 2026 numbers. I see another question.
My question got answered.
Okay, great.
Any reason to believe there'd be any snafus or snags in the governor's office on any of these?
I have no reason to believe that there would be. I would certainly hope not. Okay, so 466 had to do with contract preparations. This focused on, again, really bringing the language about our contracting, our procurement, and bringing that in line with the most proper nomenclature and allowing us the ability to encompass all of our different methods that we use. We're getting much more into the kind of cleanup provisions, if you will, within our charter. 472 focused on franchise elections. This brought the dates that I am required to uphold for calling a franchise election into compliance with state law. Our charter as it sits right now only required a 30-day notice. I don't think the county would be too happy with me if I came to them and said, we have to have an election in 30 days. So this just brought it in line with the state statutes that has a very much longer notification period. 474 focused on our taxation. This particular change really clarified that our taxes are a matter of local concern. We, you as a council have the ability to control how you want to tax citizens. And it really also clarified that the way that we do collect taxes, the way that we levy them are consistent with state law. So 475 goes back to that personal property versus real property. So with the changes that came with the real property, the clarifications within the personal property kind of moved that language around. This particular item also increased the threshold of value before we would have to, basically it allows staff to sell personal property. So again, we're talking about computers, vehicles, those types of things that are valued in excess of $1,000. If it is less than $1,000, Mr. Tatter, as the city's treasurer, can authorize the sale or disposal of that property. 476, this is another cleanup. It talks about adoption by reference. So when we have ordinances that are approving something that was declared as a public record, the way that our charter was written, it required me to keep 3 copies of that public record, which is when you're talking about storage space of physical records. So what this did is it just reduced that number so that it's in line with what the state requires, which is 1 physical copy and 1 electronic copy. So it's going to save us quite a bit of storage space. We're getting close to the end. 477 had to do with our cash basis fund. I do not have any kind of understanding about what this particular provision within the charter did. It was established, I think we determined like back in the 60s. We had only used it a handful of times back in that era of time, but essentially it is no more. It is no longer relevant to our operations, and therefore the request of the voters was just to eliminate that particular section of our charter. Proposition 478, again, updating language within our charter. We no longer have a police court. We have a municipal court. We don't have police judges. We have magistrates. So again, it's just bringing that language in line with current nomenclature. And then finally, 479 addressed council's failure to vote. So our charter, the way that it is written, indicates that if you choose not to vote on a particular item, that is entered in as a affirmative vote for whatever that is. But there are a couple of, what is the word I'm looking for? A couple of
exceptions.
Thank you. And one of those, as it was written into the charter, was that if the action before the council was as a part of something against you in your official capacity, mayor, you could choose not to vote on that. But it did not have anything that declared or gave the exception for a declared conflict of interest. So if you have a conflict of interest, obviously you shouldn't be voting on those particular items. So this adds that language to just really make the clarification that is an acceptable reason not to vote on an item. So I know those were a lot, and I know I went through them fast. We've been talking about these for quite some time, but I am happy to answer any questions, or if I misspoke in any way, anyone out in the staff world is happy to come and correct me. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. We're just going to touch on a little bit of a conversation about the November 2024 election and considerations that we'll have in the coming months. One thing that we will be bringing forward for council to move to a ballot measure is the BBB tax renewal. I'm going to save that for our Economic Vitality Director, Heidi Hansen, to give you more input on that in the coming slides. We are still thinking about expenditure limitation, leaning more toward not having it on, but it is a possibility as we see that construction project costs grow and our ability to spend money is sometimes limited by how much the state allows us to, with certain exceptions. Sometimes we get up close to that cap. And so we're trying to analyze that with the finance team and those delivering the projects to see if we maintain under the existing level. Plus, as you add new fees or increase rates, that also adds a little bit of a burden to staying under that measure and delivering services. Not going to go into a lot of details about that. If we bring that forward, we'll definitely share more. We are not recommending a general obligation bond measure for this election period. We feel we should give a pause on GO bond measures, as well as we want to hold this capacity. We have some very large projects and very big community investments we're going to need in the future. Some things like wastewater plants and those kind of things. We think we should maybe reserve some of this funding at this point. We don't have a pressing need today and keep those. So we're recommending no GO bonds for this election. A Mountain Line is in conversations about ballot measures. I think they had a little conversation with you in the last month or so. They have a citizen committee formed, and I can't remember, are you on that one? We have a couple of council members on that. And we started talking about what it looks like for Mountain Line to deliver services or even expand services. Their cost of delivering services grown, just like it has for the city. And they got a committee together, citizens that are talking about this and see what our approach is for this next election. It's very likely they'll bring something forward to council. You are ultimately the ones that decide whether this goes on a ballot measure. These are our city taxes that we give to them to deliver services we need in our community. So what they're talking about is possibly an increase as well, extending the tax period. So we have to keep coming back so often with these Mountain Line tax measures. So stay tuned for that one. And then outside the city's purview, the one item that we are pretty sure about is the county. They are looking to come forward with an expenditure limitation increase, kind of like I talked to you up above. The city may need one. The county got into a little struggle being able to spend the monies that they have. They did some creative work and provided a successful budget, but they will highly likely be coming forward for that expenditure limitation. I don't know what the school district is doing at this time, but we'll hear more over the next few months, I'm sure. So that's city consideration for election, and then I'll pass it on to Heidi about BBB tax.
Afternoon. So the Bed Board and Beverage tax is to expire in 2028. So we'd like to go to the 2024 ballot so that we could get it renewed. As a reminder, the way this tax is collected, it's a 2% Bed Board and Beverage tax that is collected from the hotels, campgrounds, restaurants, bars, and short-term rentals. So, and then the way that it's been allocated is it goes to Parks and Recreation, it goes to tourism and visitor services, beautification, economic development, and arts and science. So as you can see, all of those factors help with overall quality of life. And so they're fitting for this tax. We have, like Rick had explained when he was doing the revenue updates, we have gotten to a $12.1 million on the Bed Board and Beverage tax. It's super exciting because, like he said, you and past council during either a recession or a downturn or a pandemic, you allowed us to continue to market the destination. And because of that, we rebounded much quicker than our sister cities and other areas in Arizona. And so we were able to rebound, and now we are pretty much, I would say, thriving in some areas. It doesn't mean that like all the restaurants and everybody that are dealing with other issues aren't having things that they're still dealing with, but overall, we do have a healthy environment when it comes to the BBB. So we are hoping to go to the ballot. When you see this logo up top, we have created a committee. And I'm going to go to the next slide. We created a committee, an internal working team. We've been working on the BBB tax renewal for over a year now. And so anybody that receives BBB is part of that group. So Rebecca Sayers is in there, Trace Ward, all of the people that work on this every day. We created the new logo to kind of express what the BBB is and then who is actually receiving it. So those are the people that were outlined around the logo. And then we have been putting together a marketing plan, and we're going to be working on advertisements, and we're also going to start messaging probably 6 months prior to the election so that we don't, if we do any sooner than that, we feel like it's going to start going stale. These ads are just trying to show you elements. These are not the ads. What we're going to do when we do market is we're going to talk about something very simple like dining out equals maintaining your parks for your kids. Let's say dining out equals getting arts into our community. Another one would be when you put an overnight stay, or what we like to refer as a head in the bed, you actually enable us to market safe and responsible visitation. Things like that. So what we're trying to do is educate the community that doesn't really understand exactly how this tax is being used on a day-to-day basis in these ads. The elements that you will see are the new logo, explain where that tax is coming from, and then how they can get more information because we have established a website for it. What we will not be doing is telling them how they should vote, of course, but we're just educating them on what the BBB is. So when they go to the ballots or to the polls, they will actually have a better understanding of what they're really hopefully approving. So that's what we're working on. And we will be coming before you very soon with the actual marketing campaign and with the advertisements. I'm always open now for any other ideas or suggestions that you have that I can take back to the committee. I don't know that Greg wants that to go on all day, but at any rate, just so you know, you can always reach out to me if you have questions. But the whole point is to continue to educate the community on why this tax is important to have it continue to be renewed. Yes.
When this comes back, could you give us a breakdown? If the money comes from various, how much comes from restaurants, how much comes from bars, how much comes from hotels or whatever. And the reason I ask that is, well, two reasons. One, just curiosity. The other is maybe hypothetically, we might want to reduce the amount at restaurants as an example. So if you bring that data, then we can just have an intelligent discussion. We don't need to do that now.
Mayor, Councilmember McCarthy, we had that conversation with you at a prior retreat. And I thought we moved on. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. It's very difficult to proportion out the BBB that way. And I think, Rick, did you want to add something to that?
The tax categories that we have are hotel, motel, short terms, and restaurants and bars. They're not, we could show you the two tax categories, but we can't it's hard to break down bars and restaurants a little further. It'll take some effort. We could. We can bring you that data as close as we can get.
Hypothetically, we could keep it 2% on bars and make it 1% on restaurants.
It's one tax category. It's one tax category. So no, we couldn't have a different rate for bars versus restaurants.
Appreciate the input.
That's our model.
Appreciate the input. Thank you.
Councilmember, I just want to throw out one thing too, that was something that I had to clear up with the Northern Arizona Lodging and Tourism Restaurant Association when I went to speak to them last month. They were under the impression that we were giving, and a lot of them are hoteliers, but they were under the impression that we were giving all sorts of love to the hotels, and that's why they're thriving, and their occupancy and the RevPAR and the ADR is just so great, and then the restaurants and bars are struggling a little bit. It isn't true. We do promote hotels, but very seldom do you see a lot of our ads with that just show something with Little America. We put them in our videos, things like that, but we do not have to market a hotel because basically when they know they're going to visit, they have to figure out where are they going to stay. What we market mainly are the restaurants and bars and the attractions so that they have something to do to extend their stay here while they're in Flagstaff, because the whole point is about extending stay. That is the whole key to tourism. So we actually do more advertising for the restaurants and bars than we actually do for the hotels. So to give them a less of a tax just doesn't really make much sense because they are getting a lot of marketing through a lot of variables that will, with the Discover Flagstaff team is another way to look at it.
I'll just throw one more thing out. I was growing up, the total tax rate was raised in Tucson was 4%. Now we're 3 times as high as that. So we might want to consider, again, throw this out, we can talk about it later. We might consider making the tax 1.5% instead of 2%. Future discussion.
Well, no, I think we had the discussion in April, as I remember. And if council wants to give different directions in April, I thought we heard from majority that let's stick with the 2% and not change allocations and not reduce or change the percentages. So
I didn't remember that. And if that's true, then I accept it.
No, I just want to bring it's very important for us so we can start the process.
It's important for me to go back to the community and work with them on that.
Decided that.
That's our understanding.
Doesn't mean it can change, but this is your,
It's mine.
yeah, it's your decision.
Thank you.
Questions, three questions. One is just out of curiosity, the percentage of the BBE tax going to parks and Recs, tourism, is that, the budget team does that, or is that just a standard? I'm
That's
just
the
curious.
allocation. So council,
At some point.
would have created that allocation at some point. And I've actually spoken. So when you look at how it's derived, so you know, it's the hotels, campgrounds, a lot of those hoteliers would like to have more than 30%. We used to get 48 point, I believe 5% when it first started. Quite honestly, we're just looking to get it renewed. We all have something. Every single entity that gets something here has, they utilize this quite effectively. Parks and Recreation, they couldn't do what they're doing without their funding, so on and so forth. So, but that's how it's actually determined, is through the council.
I wasn't looking to change it. I was just curious on how it. Okay. And you may have said this, and maybe I was having a sugar coma after lunch, but explaining what the expenditure limitation was. I mean, I kind of understand it in the municipality, you know, we can only spend, or we have to spend X amount of dollars. And then my other question was wastewater projects. You mentioned them. In the future, we probably will go for a bond question. Is that being considered in our water and stormwater water tax rate consideration, that some of that big project, we've got what, 208 million, is an option instead of just putting it on the taxpayers and then maybe hope for a bond issuance?
Right now, it is recognized as critical for our 10-year plan in our rate study that we're doing. We have it as funding with external resources versus ratepayers at this time. We're gonna have more conversations over the coming weeks if we do want to add any ratepayer to fund part of that, but we would look for multiple resources for a project that size, federal funding, state funding.
Sure, but I
And geo bond possibly, or sales tax. There's a lot of things still to figure out.
question was more about, we're doing a rate study and it's going to come back to council at the first of the year to approve a rate increase. And it would be important for me at least to say, I mean, because 208 million, I think is the number, I could be wrong, is a big number, but all of these are critical projects. It would be great to know, yes, but, you know, 100 million is probably going to have to be on the taxpayer, you know, the ratepayers, and the other part on a bond or readjustment. Having that conversation, so when we're voting on something, we have scenarios pointed out. The expense.
See Shannon out there, but I'm sure we're keeping good notes, and when we come back with the race study, we'll be sure to give you those specifics. Absolutely.
Any other questions?
A comment, and we touched on this just a minute ago, but the allocation is a council decision, and one that we're suggesting, you know, just kind of maintaining the current course. There's a good chance you will be lobbied between now and October or November of 2024 on the allocation. I would expect that to be the case. So, you know, I think it's a good discussion that we had in April, and just wanted to put that out there. We're not suggesting any changes, but you may be hearing something from the community. Any thoughts on that, Heidi?
Well, the thought is, that's why it's good that we've had the conversation now, because like I just said, when I went to Nultra 2 months ago, they wanted to come crashing down your doors and talk about raising that 30% for tourism. And I asked them not to, quite honestly. I told them what we were doing with the amount that we already are receiving. We went through an entire presentation and then some. We brainstormed with them. I think we left them with feeling very good about where we are. And knowing that a destination our size, we're doing well with what we are given. And if we don't have the other things like our parks and everything maintained, if we don't have the arts and science, we don't care about economic development, and we don't do beautification and so on and so forth, we aren't giving them an overall quality of life.
Slide back up, it shows the.
Sure.
Yeah, I just want to comment to that, that I mean, to really fully understand the impacts of those percentages is probably a 3-week process. And my question was just about curiosity of how it got allocated. Making decisions on that, I think, would be a huge. I'm going to rely on you, the expert that knows all those categories, and how the best to allocate them to get the best results for our city. So I don't want to make you nervous thinking that I want to change that to 7.75%, because it really do it justice, we would really have to get way down.
Exactly. And I've had people even say, well, let's just add a bunch of stuff and then give everybody, 5 or 10%. You're killing me, because honestly, the whole reason this money comes in is because of the marketing and advertising we do to draw the visitation, to spend the money and to have the extended stays. We could win from 2.8 nights stay to 3.2 in just 5 years. It's really important. We don't have them just come in here and be a gas stop from the Grand Canyon. So, but it's really important to create a sense of place. It's really important to have arts and science. It's very important to have a visit turn into a growth opportunity for a business. And it's especially important for them to have fields and trails and all of that to play on, because we want them outdoors and we want them staying here longer. So all of this makes a lot of sense. If it didn't, we would be talking to you differently. So appreciate your time. If you ever have any other questions, please reach out, and Rebecca has a lot of information as well.
Thank you.
All right, good stuff. And we are way ahead. So we had scheduled a break here. If everyone approves, I'd like to just blow through the break and get out a few minutes early. But if you want to take a minute to stand up and stretch, I saw some pretty big yawns. Okay, so if you want to take just about 60 seconds, stand up and stretch, and blood going again, jumping jacks.
I think it'd be very.
Today.
Sure. Do you want to?
That is what the gavel's for. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started. We're gonna move on to our last item, this council expectations. Greg Clifton, I think we're gonna have a short video in here as well, and we're doing so well. We're gonna get out of here early. All right, Greg.
Thank you. We're going to try to do a quick fun thing. Sometimes we do fun things during these retreats. We'll give CJ time to cue it up, or do you have it queued up? This is, you know, at the last retreat, we talked a lot about capital projects, and a few of them are underway. And it's exciting to see the work. I drive through the Grandview neighborhood every day. Scott Overton and team, it is exciting to see the work on Grandview, and I can't tell you how gratifying it is to just see some of the changes that are occurring, namely big piles of sandbags getting reduced. I don't want to say the wrong thing. I know sandbags have to stay in place, but that neighborhood is transforming, and it's so cool to see. But looking at another part of the city and something that's not quite as visible, one thing we talked about, we will continue to talk about, is the Beulah intersection. And this video, I mean, this just came to Paul. Can you come up and give us some quick background on where this video comes from? And it's only a couple of minutes, but an opportunity for us all to enjoy a little snapshot of what's happening on Beulah.
Yeah, thanks, Greg.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, Paul Mood, your city engineer. One of the major projects that council approved of construction last year was the Beulah and University project. We're working with Eagle Mountain Construction on that. And when you drive down Milton, it's on the west side across from Target. So you really don't see a lot of the work going on. There was a lot of time spent doing all the underground utilities, water, sewer, private utility companies. But now we've been doing the subgrade and we're getting some curb and gutter in. So this video, we go out there every few months and take a drone video. This video was taken by David Peterson, one of our senior project managers. You've seen him present at council before. But yeah, this video just shows all the work that's going on. You can see it's really starting to take shape.
Thanks, Paul. CJ.
And David usually puts a little music to his videos. I was looking at it back there without any sound, so I don't know what's on this.
That's intriguing.
Here they've got the curb gutter sidewalk. You can see the little parkway in there. They're doing the subgrade. Yeah, good question. I'd have to look, but I would imagine.
Look, a roundabout.
Now we're going on the left side of the road is where the underpass is going, but yeah, see the drones. Yeah. Going in next spring after spring commencement.
Seeing the portal.
lot of drain, super work. My target, work on that thing. Look at Tuesday.
That's Stacy.
Oh, no.
Gonna be interesting, the tunnel, or is it just gonna be concrete with no?
Everything we do is interesting. I believe,
Could put.
no, I don't want to speak out of turn. Somebody speak, we're doing artwork in the tunnel, yep. Assumption that it will be interesting.
Direction.
Could you pass on our thanks to David for such a fine video? Yeah, and hopefully we'll have more of things like this to show you, because there's going to be a lot of work happening.
Is that available online?
I think it just got circulated by email, but we'll make it available. A while back at one of these retreats, we had council at that time express an interest in having some open-ended discussion at the end of the retreat to talk about takeaways or thoughts that may have come to mind during the many topics we talked about today. You know, big picture goals and priorities, things you would like to see us focus on that haven't been discussed, or maybe they have been discussed and you want to just add emphasis to it. So this is that time to turn it back to council and have you share with all of us your thoughts. And I'm not going to call on anybody, except I will call on Councilmember Harris because she just raised her hand. Councilmember, you want to lead this off?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what I've said before and to let folks know that I really mean this. If we had a competition with staffs, I would put ours up against any staff in the country.
Yep.
So I just want y'all to know. We do one of these things, I'm just amazed at how much you all know and how much I don't know. You know, and so I appreciate you all being able to explain stuff to me so I can understand it, because I don't have the same expertise that everyone in this room has, but I do appreciate all your work. And I'm sure I'm gonna have something else to say, but I just wanted to make sure I said that.
Well, that's very well received. And thank you very much for sharing with the staff, with the budget team, with everybody. So thank you. Yeah. Mayor?
I've had some conversations lately about dark sky preservation and ongoing efforts to maintain that and to buttress it. I would like to see maybe dollars finding the couch cushions dedicated in the budget towards a pot of money that would be used to that end. For example, there is a way that citizens and neighbors can petition to get streetlights removed. And, you know, it costs about $2,000 to do that. I had a conversation with Jeff Bauman and Chris Lugenbiel yesterday. And the conversation between them focused a little bit on, you know, just dollars and cents when it comes to how we continue to manage that. I don't know that there's a lot of money set aside for those activities. We'll have to see a pot for You know, if, and there has been one instance as of this date, it's not really a well-known program yet, but as it gets better known, I think it will be utilized to have streetlights removed. $2,000 here or there isn't a big deal, but if that gets up to speed in certain areas, it could become an expense that needs to be accounted for. And also providing financial incentives for residential lighting improvements. Something along the lines of a fixture rebate program, similar to like low flush toilets and other winterization efforts we have. I would like to see some money set aside for that. Maybe that's not big picture. It's kind of in the weeds a little bit, but it's I haven't seen that. I haven't seen someone put a pin in that yet. So
gotcha. I think it is big picture, and thank you for sharing. What I hear you suggesting is let's incentivize more dark sky compliance and do some things proactively and establish a fund to enable that to happen.
And just to acknowledge, I'm only one voice on council. It's just a thought for us to.
Well, let's run with it. Council thoughts? Yeah.
Let me just add the dark skies. I totally get it, Councilmember Aslan. But let's also think about safety, especially about young women who are walking alone at night in dark places. The light gives them a little bit more protection or at least a feel of safety. And I know I preach to young women all the time about walking by themselves at night, but you know, that doesn't stop them from doing that, especially if they're working in a bar and then they have to come home at night by themselves or whatever. So let's just think about that too, as we think about dark skies, about our safety.
Indeed. Thank you, Council Member. Yes, please.
I like to incentivize the homeowners for lights, just to give that encouragement for people. I was a little concerned about street lights, and maybe the chief would chime in, but in my street, off Anita, I have this one little horseshoe that's a new complex, but then we have a sidewalk that connects us to a more established older neighborhood. And we have a lot of people that are coming from in town that walk. And I would be a little concerned about safety, but are we, and I'm not aware of where we are in changing out our street lights to dark skies. Have we done all that in the city or so that might help too. So that would be, I don't know what the chief feels about it. I know when I was wanting to put a fence in over at a new, I was told my grand ideas, a wooden fence I thought would be great. And they said, no, it needs to be chain link just for safety and being able to see who's behind there. But I think these lights have a negative impact down the road for people to get and stuff. So that would be a really great.
Yeah, I see the chief.
I don't think the conversation is really centered around delighting our city at night. It's about remaining in compliance with what we're already doing and making those efforts a little bit more efficient and making sure that our overall lighting isn't increasing over time to the extent that it's endangering tourism and our critical national defense mission. And I hope you don't get hung up on the idea of taking down lights. That's a very specific thing that's on offer that requires neighbors to be in agreement about it. It's something that requires consensus. It's not just wanting it totally dark in my backyard from a telescope. So the neighborhood street light goes away. Yeah, I don't want to get too caught up in the specific instance, but the ability to just have budgeted various strategies to address that ongoing struggle, that fight, within the context of safety, for sure. I think this conversation is always aware of that desire and those perceptions and the need to make sure the public is bought into the whole program.
Yeah. I like the idea of incentivizing for more dark skies initiatives because one of the attractions people come up here, we're the first dark skies community. We have a little observatory and people see stars that they didn't even know existed here if they live in the big cities. And so I think we can find little potholes to fund more initiatives in that, I think is really great to just expand the attraction to Flagstaff, so.
I'll just finish the thought real fast. You know, we also, I've been beating this drum a little bit lately. We have the Discovery Center coming in, $50 investment in this community.
$50.
Well, it's speaking a lot to me. That $50 million investment. My apologies. That requires, and hopefully into perpetuity, they would be able to utilize their rooftop planetarium, real night sky planetarium. That requires us to be stewards of our dark sky resource just on that level alone.
Yeah.
And that's new. That's a new part of the equation.
I was reading the Daily Planet from Telluride the other day, and what's making the news out in Western Colorado now is San Miguel County trying to establish itself as a dark skies county, which is huge. I read stuff like that, and it makes me feel so proud to be in a community that was the very first to be a dark skies compliant community. So we can hear from our police chief, presumably about safety stuff, if you want to add to the discussion. And then I thought I heard a question in there about where we are with the street lighting. Sam, thanks.
Good afternoon, Police Chief Dan Mussman. From a public safety standpoint, our preference would be that we leave or continue to have lights on our main thoroughfares. That's where we see pedestrians get hit and killed by cars. Years ago, we even had a stretch on North 89 where the street lights were out and we had a police officer strike and kill someone that was crossing in the dark sky. So neighborhoods, I don't really have an opinion so much. You know, there's safer ways to walk home and Lyft, Uber, all kinds of things, phone a friend. But on the main thoroughfares, I highly recommend from a public safety standpoint only that we keep some form of lighting so that drivers can see people encroaching upon the roadway.
Thanks, Chief.
Any questions?
That's consistent.
All right, Sam Beckett, Streets Director. So as far as the streetlights and the transition in the SLEDS program operationally, we are starting to make some good progress there. However, we're about, I'd say just under 200 have been transitioned out of the 4,000 streetlights in the city. So we have a long way to go. We usually utilize our signal technicians to help with that. However, the vacancy rate in those, one extends back about 30 months, the other one's about 48 months. There was only 2 positions and they have been running 100% vacant for the last 3 to 4 years. So that one's been a really impactful piece for us because they did all the work. The supervisor, Stephen Hill, has been doing a ton of that work and we've been training internally a staff member. I will acknowledge the fact that we did just hire on one of our signal techs and the other one, we're hoping the internal candidate who's been working towards that come on board. So the addition to that is last year, greatly appreciate the fact that we were able to get 2 streetlight technicians approved through the budget process. Those job descriptions were just released and those postings should go out within the next week. So we should make a ton more progress on the streetlight transition piece of it. As far as the removals, we do get involved in those. We have heard some of those comments on that. We do have about a dozen lights throughout the city that no longer have connectivity to power. And if the homeowner doesn't agree for us to run new power, we are just kind of stuck in limbo. So we have about a dozen of those that just won't be energized because there's no connectivity anymore. And the homeowner just isn't on board with allowing us to make that connection again. So we run into issues like that, but for the most part, our goal is to keep what we have up and running.
Thank you, Sam.
Yeah.
Mayor.
I'd like us to consider all of the ways that we could better fund housing and give a reliable stream of funding to allow for some more forward planning.
Yeah, well said. Community that I represented before was, with a lot of foresight, was successful in advancing a ballot measure to have a permanent revenue stream in place through taxation for housing, solely for housing. And it was significant and many things have come from it and continue to come from it. It was meaningful. I know I've had this discussion with Sarah and others in the housing realm about how we can use the current
Proposition 442 as a way to, some successes and build on successes and set the stage eventually for that discussion. I would hope, I think others would hope. That bond was very important. Don't want to in any way diminish the significance of it, but it could really serve as a template of what could happen with a guaranteed revenue stream of some sort put into place. So I think your suggestions are well stated. Any other comments on that? Yes, please.
Kind of related. I think what I'm going to mention is already happening, but I want to continue it to happen, and that's that community development, review our zoning codes, see what we can do to encourage more housing. One example would be, auxiliary dwelling units. And again, I know some of this is going on. I just want to emphasize that I think it's important to update our codes, procedures, our regulations to make it more practical to build high quality housing. And when I say high quality housing, I don't think we should skip on, required insulation. Example, better insulation costs a little bit more in a new house, but saves a lot of money in the long run and it's carbon.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. I think, Dan, and I don't know if Michelle's online, but either one of you can speak to the LAS and how the code evaluation and alignment, those are my terms, but I know housing is going to be a big part of that process. You want to speak to that? Sure.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Folk. I'm the Community Development Director. So yeah, we have this LAS CAP project going on. LAS is the Land Availability Suitability Study. CAP is the Code Analysis Project. So we are looking at all the codes, the zoning code, the housing code, so the building code, our energy codes, the fire code, the whole suite of codes that get applied to new construction. So we are looking at that. I will say Flagstaff has actually been a leader in our zoning code, in my view, in terms of what we allow. Folks don't necessarily use the allowances, right? So there's a big national discussion about how single family zoning has really impacted the cost of housing. And in Flagstaff, we've actually allowed duplexes, even up to 3 units on a single family lot, as long as the lot is a certain size. We reduced our parking requirements significantly in 2011. A couple of years later, we increased them a little bit because there was some community pushback and the council directed us to add in some more parking. But I mean, and these are the national talking points, right? Get rid of mandatory minimum parking requirements. So I do feel like we've been trying a lot of these tools over the years, and we're going to continue to do that. The code analysis project is going to be, I think I'm really looking forward to the results of that and seeing from an outside party things that we haven't done. We have incentives, but they tend to compete against each other is what we hear, or they're not enough to close the gap, right? Particularly in affordable housing, that the incentives that we're using in terms of additional density doesn't necessarily close that gap. I would say the really incredible tool that we've adopted is this regulatory relief. You've had 2 projects come before you where if they're providing 100% affordability, you can get regulatory relief. You just had one a couple weeks ago, right? For Roars. We did one for the Foundation for Senior Living. And so that, I mean, we're a leader in the state. Other communities are really curious about what we're trying. I think we're going to continue to see some success, but we're going to just keep building on these tools, update the ones that aren't working, introduce new tools. So yeah, I think we're all excited to see the outcome of that. Unfortunately, it's still a few months away, but this year we'll have a report.
So this is going on.
Yeah.
I just brought it up again to say, keep up the good work.
Yeah.
Because it's important.
Thank you. It is important. Thank you, Dan. Yeah. In these retreats and the overall budget discussion, a lot of it is about dollars and cents, but so much of what we talk about is beyond that. It's priorities and things moving forward that
should, you know, programs and policies that should guide us. This is indeed one, and it is evolving. So I think your comment is well stated, and you'll be hearing more about this in the budget process. I'm confident you'll be getting an update on the last CAP study, which is fascinating. I mentioned earlier, I saw a little snippet of that study, and I was very intrigued with it. So it will be an ongoing discussion, and certainly it will be articulated as a strong priority by the council and by staff to address these issues. So thank you for raising it. Yeah. Councilmember Sweet.
I want to thank God, as always, in alignment with the dark skies and the housing words. And I'm wondering if we can look into expanding the DBA budget. So talking with Harry, one of the reasons why she is leaving us, which is sad, is that she doesn't really have a budget to work with here, and she's moving to, I mean, it's a municipality that has one, and she's very excited for that. I'm just wondering if we can look into ways to team of. Right. Did I just get myself into trouble?
I think, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember, Sweet, the Downtown Business Association, you just all approved their district the other night, and that is one way to increase her money that she can do to run the district. And I know that I'm not sure as, you know, how the businesses feel about doing that, but I believe that the percentage that they're working at is not anywhere near the capacity that it could be at. So that is definitely the most solid way to do that. If we as a team, if all the leaders here that work with the DBA were to sit out and write down how much they receive in actual either labor or financial support through sponsorships, things like that, I think it would be shocking to you on how large that budget is. And so I'm happy to do that if you'd like me to put that together. But honestly, the best solution is for the district to raise that percentage.
Heidi, I think a companion discussion on that as well that I'm beginning to hear of is possible expansion into Southside neighborhood, and, you know, possibility of either seeing another BID, perhaps an expansion of the downtown business territory. It's intriguing. So, yeah.
Make sure that we have that discussion.
Yep. Thank you. Other comments? Yes, council member.
So I want to go back to housing.
Yes.
Is where I always want to go back to. Couple of things. I know that we did a tour of all of the cities' available land that we have. Some can be used for housing, and I wish, or I would like to see that information, and I'm not sure where to find it. So if someone could be in the right direction, I could find it. I'd like to see what land we have available and what land might be used for us to look at housing.
Yeah. No,
Building it ourselves, doing a public-private partnership, all of the above and more.
something I'm sure Sarah Dar can touch on. Oh, Sarah.
Hi, the land availability. So the land availability and suitability study is exactly that. One of the things that we've been working on, we've gone through a couple drafts, is the opportunity map with city parcels being included in that. So instead of doing onesies, twosies of like this one with this one, but rather the goal is a comprehensive thought process with the land that we own. And we have some sites that are 27 acres, but they have massive infrastructure challenges. And we have other sites that are smaller with access to infrastructure. And so the thought process to approaching those is very different. But that is part of what we're undertaking with the last part of the last cap, in addition to the regulatory review. So that is something that we'll be bringing you as part of the results of that.
So which one already has infrastructure?
Yes.
And which ones don't?
So that's part of the analysis that goes with it. And we've looked at, we did this informally in the past, but it's really nice to have a firm that knows what they're doing instead of us being like, hey, it looks like. So infrastructure, zoning, access to transit, like all the number of things that talk about, go into determining how viable a piece is for development and what type of timeline. That makes sense.
Yep. And when are we gonna get that? That gonna be done?
I believe that the last part is scheduled to be done before summer. So I think the timeline says spring 2024. I'm picturing it in my head, but I know that it's in a slide presentation you're getting on Tuesday. And okay, well, all right. No, but I think it's in the schedule, and I want to say it's identified spring. It might be spring, summer, but it's in the works. I've actually been really excited and encouraged by what we've seen come out of that opportunity mapping process. We've had some really great discussions.
My last question, but Dan, did you want to?
I want to add to that. We also have a tool that I'll share with you that our real estate program has developed. And so I think we call it a story map, but it's a map of every city-owned property. And as you hover over the map, it gives you a little bit of information, the acreage, some information on some of it about how it was acquired and if it was acquired for a specific purpose. Some of them are categorized. We did not create a category for housing opportunities. But when you look through, you'll just, by looking at the map, you can see, potential sites where we could do some housing. And I think there's even some information about utilities in that as well. So I'll share that link. I'm sure our consultant is using that map as well, but it's a public resource we created, publicly available.
One of the iterations of that map did have a crosshatch layover for land designated for housing purposes or purchased with money relevant to housing. So.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Dan.
In my last comment, if I can do another one.
Of course.
Transportation, public transportation. And so I don't know what I don't know. And I'm just curious as to, how can we work better with Mountain Line to extend routes? I was just in Milwaukee for a couple of weeks and they're doing some great things with their transit in terms of how they make it available and how I know we're not as big as Milwaukee, so I get that. But, if we never at least try to do something, we never will. And so it'd be nice to see how much we can work with Mountain Line to extend those routes, which would give us a lot more flexibility in terms of housing and people getting to and from where they need to get to, especially with the frequency. So anyway.
Yeah, thank you for that. I meet with Heather frequently, and I know we can schedule a time to have some audience with council and talk about these things. And I think that could probably segue nicely also into a discussion about the 2024 ballot measure that Mountain Line is contemplating. Councilmember McCarthy, I know you're quite involved with Metro Plan, but is there anything with Mountain Line that?
Not now with these two ladies.
These two, yeah. But on the question of transit and routes.
I'm sure everybody's read that Mountain Line, we've had to use two of our routes because of our shortage of drivers.
Yeah.
And all the studies have points us back to frequency over adding more routes at this time, just to increase the ridership and the footprint that we currently have, to boost that up. And of course, we're getting a lot of community input about having fare free rides, which would equate to about $800,000 out of our budget. So not that they're going to tie that to the bond question, but there's a lot of variables out there that will impact things to help. I think everyone on the board of Mountain Line wants to increase routes to different areas to reach out to them, but we still have a long way to go in our current service area to just really be effective in that. Do you have anything to add before I go to my big list?
I think that having Heather come and do a presentation, talk about what would be good. We have a lot of information. We've been studying it. If we get to you, would probably help.
It would be good. Yeah, we'll make that happen. Thank you. Remember?
Big list. I wanted to give a thumbs up on the Dark Skies Initiative again, and then also DBA. I think there's still more of a discussion on that. I think because we don't see it day to day, we don't realize the impact that tax area and those local businesses elected to pay an extra tax on themselves and what that does to just the experience of our community and tourism. But my main focus, as always, is housing. And I love that we've talked about thinking outside the box. I've mentioned to Sarah that in this high interest rate environment, I'm hoping that the Housing Bond Committee will come back with maybe a rate buy down as an incentive as opposed to or in addition to payment assistance, because right now a 7% interest rate is a whole nother group of potential buyers out of the market, and that might be more impactful for them. I mentioned it already. I'm very curious to find out more about incentivizing local Airbnb homeowners to change to long-term leases. And again, it comes down to there's not one solution to this problem, but I think we need to add, just so many things out there that could have an overall impact. Cost to build is still really high. I've been given numbers that just to break even for a homeowner or a home builder, it's I think 500,000. And so to build affordable housing with the cost of labor and the cost of materials, but I think we can address some of that with some of our fees and processes at a city level, and of the public-private partnerships with our land, and just maybe, I know we have still some pockets of land that are county or state within the city limits, and since we are aligned with that, so I really think it's going to take a lot of really creative thinking. I had conversations with some of your past colleagues and there that you weren't familiar with, but over in Colorado about that tax. Amazing things with that. I think legally in Arizona, maybe limitation for us, but I'd love to see that. I think that a lot of people in the community that would vote on that to say, yeah, if we could have a 0.5% or 0.25% of our local tax go to housing incentives, build affordable housing or workforce housing. I'd like to pursue that, and just that all just kind of ties into housing, because I just see us going more and more in deficit. And, I don't think I'll ever get used to the length of time it takes for government work, but it really makes me lose sleep at night, because it just like everything seems to take such a long time. And I know that's no fault of anyone's, but if we don't do a lot of things and try to urgency to it, we're gonna just keep digging that hole. And I know directly people that are getting on their feet and wanting to stay here in Flagstaff are leaving the area because they can't afford to, and not just leaving the area to go right on the outskirts, they're leaving the state because they cannot support their family here. And I think that I worry that we're becoming a very elitist zone here, that you either have it, if you don't, you can't stay here. And I don't want us to be that kind of city. And so I really I was praised to hear just so many people saying the word housing. And I think that we need to not just talk about it, but actually really do stuff to really push it through. And that'll take effectively all of us.
Well said. Thank you so much.
I was gonna say, just to follow up on that, I wish I could find all the retired people in our community that have any financial background and they don't have any skin in the game, as you say. They want to take all that knowledge and give it to somebody that they've accumulated over the last 30 years. And just get them all in the room and see what they have to say. I mean, to me, that would be fascinating because they don't have anything to lose, nothing to gain. They're not investing in anything. They're not trying to make any money. Just telling you what they think, and you can take it or leave it. And we might be surprised at what they come up with.
Very creative.
Maybe I'll try and do that.
Thank you. Mayor?
To argue about the short-term rental and an incentive to pay to get them to turn it into a long-term rental. But council members from Sedona have told me it hasn't been successful because the amount of money that you can make in short-term rentals so outweighs what the city can afford to give you as an incentive. It's not to say that we shouldn't include it in what we look at, but I get a lot of emails from people who have heard about that and are like, this is the thing that Flagstaff has to do.
I just heard about it, so I'm glad to get your feedback because I was like, well, if that is working, great. Luann had said not signed up for it, but again, just like that worked, did it not work? And the idea is fun.
Joanne, anything to add?
Heard it on the news this morning. It must be having some success.
Okay.
I contacted their staff.
Thank you. That's the woman in the green jacket. Honey lady. Other comments? This has been a great retreat. In a minute, I'll turn it back to Jeff if he can offer his closing comments, but I do think we need to structure a public participation here before we conclude. The last thing I want to mention, and I'll sit down, is Nicole, I think Councilmember House nailed the riddle. Okay, $3.50 per leg. Okay. Give her a virtual pat on the back.
Thank you, Greg, and everyone in here. Before we even get into closing and getting into public comments, there's one thing that's been happening in the room, many things that have been happening in the room that have impressed me, but one thing that I want to point out that's been happening in the room that I don't know if you, it is Stacy over here, okay? She's been typing the entire time, okay? Which is amazing. She's not missed a beat, hasn't missed a word.
Oh, it's a shopping list.
Oh, we need to give her a round. I can guarantee that if we were passing out an award for the person that was the most engaged the entire time, it would be her, right? Good, thank you, thank you. And everyone who presented, please round also. Yes. Appreciate it. This has been a really fun, but more importantly, informative process for me. There's a number of you in the room that I've had the privilege of interviewing a time or two or three or four. And those conversations generally ran about 11 to 13 minutes, right? Because that's what a segment is. And sometimes if I ask you to stay over, it might have been 25 or 30 minutes. And in that time, we were able to cover some stuff. I learned some things about you, and maybe you learned one or two things about me, but hopefully we provided our listeners with the information that they were looking for. So to come into this room and spend all day with decision makers and planners and people that are forwardly thinking about what's best for our entire community from all of these layers has been a really fun and informative exercise for me. So thank you very much for that. Always say, you know, time and attention. Thank you for your time and attention. Really appreciate it. We do want to have a public comment, just a few moments for public comments. But at the end of that, I'm going to ask you for one more thing. So we're going to get through this. Then at the end of that, I'm going to ask you for 5 more minutes, okay? And during this 5 minutes, all I want you to do is just kind of counsel and everyone at this table kind of squeeze together. And then I want everyone in the back of the room to come forward and kind of get around them because I need 2 photos. 2 photos. I need 1 photo that has that look like, because, you know, this is serious business, right? So I want that photo that looks like, you know what, we're getting stuff done. We're getting stuff done. And then the second photo is, and we're having fun and enjoying each other's company doing it. Okay? So one kind of serious and one maybe a little goofy. Can I get that from you?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. And listen, I am taking notes. So if anyone sneaks out of the room prior to the picture, okay, yell from me. So with that, so that's the last thing that I'm going to ask you to do. Fair enough? Let's
We've got a couple. No public comment.
That's it.
Council expectations, incentive and employee investments. Did we go over that?
Look for just items we put in there to kind of prompt. Had good discussion on both of them. Unless there's anything further you'd like to add.
As a member of this community, thank you for all your hard work. Thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for your commitment to excellence. Thank you for, like I said, this time. A lot of people don't see and understand how this process works. We just see the value or the benefit in it, or we have complaints. All of that matters, right? Okay, because we talked about it. Every single person out there, every single person in our community, everyone, they matter. Whether they agree with you or not, whether they vote for you or not, they matter. So let's always remember that. So with that, guess what? It's like an hour early. Guys did great. Adjourned. So don't leave without the photo.
Yeah.
Pictures.